everyone, and welcome back to the IESF European Women's Counter-Strike qualifiers, where we're deciding who's going to be going to the World Championships at the end of the year in Riyadh. And once again, taking you through the action in this group stage is myself, Lacey, and it's Mr. Nair Kai. Nair, how you doing?
I'm good. I'm looking forward to it. We've got one less game today, but it's setting ourselves up for the best of threes, for the playoffs, where it all matters most, where quite literally, if you're in the upper bracket, you can win one best of three and you've qualified to the LAN stage. So it's fine margins, and it makes these groups ever more important. These best of ones, there's no room for error. It's all of the rest. So that's the kind of Counter-Strike we want, where there's stakes on the line here.
Yeah, and for some teams, they're in a pretty good position to get through to the playoffs based on how they performed yesterday. Some others, well, it's not looking so good, so they're going to have to bring out their A game today. A lot of favorites prevailed yesterday. There was a couple of games that I thought were, I guess, upsets on paper, and a few that were a lot closer than I anticipated. I think that particularly that first game we kicked off with yesterday, that really set the tone, I felt, for through the entire event.
It did. It was a banger. I mean, there's no two ways about it. That derby between kind of Denmark and Sweden was beautiful. We actually have a recap as well, so we can run through all of those highlights of what was a pretty cool day of Counter-Strike altogether. This game, from the get-go, started aggro and continued that way all the way through. And right down to the end, it was so difficult to call who was going to take it.
Yeah, I feel like Sweden just took a little bit too long to arrive in the server, but when they did arrive, they basically just locked Denmark out. I was really impressed by Team Denmark. I think that coming into this, I expected Sweden to be pretty comfortable favorites. So for Denmark to have established such a strong lead going into the second half, I thought they were going to run away with it and upset it. So, really great signs from Ramzan in particular, helming the squad with the Astralis core. Really seemed to be clicking well, but as soon as the side swapped, Sweden sort of took it up a gear and locked them out. And Giuliano in particular was an absolute menace with this AWP.
Yeah, some of the, I mean, that round in particular as well was ridiculous. First two, through a smoke, full blind, just insane. Gets a third off the back of it. She was incredible all throughout the day. And now in Group C as well, Sweden find themselves 3 games played, 3 wins, which is great. Denmark are just behind in second place, in all fairness. So it's not the end of the world that they did pick up a loss here. They picked up wins in their other game, which is fine. So they are joint second place currently with Portugal, which is making Group C that kind of group of death, because the Norwegian side really aren't too bad at all either. So it's only top 3 that make it out. It's pretty spicy over there. And running through some of these other groups as well, Poland look very good. They played 4 games and they've won all 4. Very solid showing from them. Belarus have played 3, won all 3, and Serbia have played 3 and won 2. So they found themselves in that third spot in towards Group D. But Poland, we saw them as well, and just how good were they, Lucy?
Yeah, I mean, no surprises, to be honest, considering this is the only roster that came into this event as a pre-existing, 5-person team. So we did expect them to perform really well. I guess there was some kind of signs against Serbia of playing very, very ego. There was just full confidence, no respect Counter-Strike. And to be fair, it completely worked for them. So I imagine that's probably how they approach the rest of their games. We didn't get to cover them, but given they're all W's, nothing really surprising there. I think the interesting one is that both Denmark and Portugal have got the same amount of wins, which means when they play, which I think is going to be kicking off, not on this stream, but as one of the first games of the day, that's probably going to be the game that decides who comes second in the group, which is really important.
Yeah, and just checking through Poland's results now as well. They got a 4-4 win against Luxembourg, is what it is. 13-0 against Wales, 31 against Austria, 13-3 against Serbia. So dominance is the word I would put to describe them. Yeah, the Sweden-Portugal game, also very, very important as well. And it started pretty even. It's quite back and forth where we saw the big names over towards Portugal actually start to make a little bit of a look in. I mean, D7 had always kind of felt like guaranteed for 1 at the bare minimum, but sadly it just took a little bit too long for Portugal to get really competitive, and by the time that they did, Sweden were rolling with it. A snowball effect taking place, and that second half they kind of just ran away with it.
Yeah, I was really impressed by Sweden in this game after having watched them on the same map versus Denmark earlier. It was a really different game plan that Giuliano brought forward for the team, and it really worked well. It just felt like they were really outcalling and outmaneuvering the Portuguese team. So that was really, really cool. D7, as you mentioned, was phenomenal, but unfortunately didn't have that kind of surrounding cast with her, whereas on the other side, Sweden, everyone was chiming in. This one started well for Iceland. They got a great opening round. The pistol actually, when we watched that, I was like, okay, all right, we're going to have a game on our hands. And unfortunately, nothing really amounted after that. There was a few little moments, but this was basically Melly and Anna killing everybody.
Yeah, simple as, right? Do you know what? We'll give Iceland one thing. One of the names in particular won our hearts, right? Nutella.com. Just the GOAT. Like, there's no two ways about it. One of the best names I've ever casted, I think, in Counter-Strike. Definitely up there. So that in itself was pretty cool, but you are right. You know, for Iceland, started well, and the second there was any sort of investment that came through for Romania, they just ran rampant. Very, very solid game coming out from them. They find themselves second in towards Group B as well. They're actually joint on points with Germany at the top. I think Germany have just a little bit of... Actually, no, Germany have played one less game in the same points. So that's, I think, the big difference maker there. But currently as well, it's actually pretty competitive in that one. You've got Germany and Romania both at the top on 4 points. Just behind them, joint on points as well, is Belgium and Spain on 2. So that fight for... basically the top 3 in Group B is going to be very hotly contested coming towards today's game. So they're going to be pretty important to see who actually makes it out. And not only who makes it out, but who goes directly to the upper bracket, who goes directly to the lower bracket, and all of the rest.
Yeah, Group B and Group C are very stacked. So I feel really, really bad for the teams in there because there's some real tough competition because any of Germany, Romania, Belgium, and Spain, I mean, there's all really good players in those teams and ones that you kind of expect the squads to be going deep. We'll be covering Belgium a little bit later. I'm excited to see what they've got to show. I've got big admiration for Moralsis as a caller, so very, very excited to see that team in the server. And also Team France. I think this is the team that we didn't get to see on the stream yesterday, but they've topped their group at the moment. And there's no surprising there when you look at the rosters. We'll go into it in a little bit because we are covering Team France today twice, Neo. So I'm really looking forward to that.
And I can tell you, the French have been cooking. There's no two ways about it. 13-3 against Czech Republic in their opening game. 13-9 versus Bulgaria, and a 13-2 as well to close it out against Turkey. They have been looking very, very good in yesterday's action. So I'm looking forward to seeing them today. Let's take a look at the schedule to see what games we shall be covering here on the stream. We've got, as you mentioned, the French double as they were taking on Slovakia in the first, and Romania taking on Germany to follow that up. Back with France as they take on Ukraine, and we're closing things out with Belgium taking on Iceland, and hoping to see maybe a little bit more in the gun rounds out from the Icelandic side. But it should be a cool day of Counter-Strike action.
Yeah, that Romania-Germany game is going to be really important for both of those teams in terms of deciding kind of how that group pans out. So definitely one that we want to be keeping an eye on as we go through the games today. And this first one, I think if France win it, they're guaranteed to go through. Yeah, a lot on the line, I guess, for the underdogs really coming into that one because France have a few opportunities.
I'm looking at it now as well, and I think, if I'm right in saying, France are actually guaranteed to go through regardless. It's just about upper bracket, lower bracket. I think because of their round differential, they should be able to make it through no bother. They haven't played Slovakia yet, which is the only difference, but I think they should be fine. You've got Czech Republic just behind them in second on 4 points. Slovakia joint with Turkey and Bulgaria on 2 points. So because it's that sort of middle to low pack that are all on 2, I think France should be fine regardless, but the big thing, like we always say, it's about going straight in towards the upper bracket. All you have to do is then win one best of 3 and you guarantee your spot. As simple as that, and that's a pretty big thing, of course. So this game, of actually utmost importance to both of these sides. For France, it's about guaranteeing in towards the upper bracket, making sure that you're just so close, reaching distance to the World Esports Championships in Riyadh. On the other side, for Slovakia, this is actually about them even making it towards playoffs. With them, Turkey and Bulgaria all on the same points, all on similar round difference as well. Realistically, wins are needed for any of those sides if they want any sort of chance of making it. And it could even just be the one win that can make the difference.
Well, the big difference is that Slovakia lost to Bulgaria, right? That was an 11-13 loss, and that one's going to haunt them perhaps if they can't convert a win in these final games. And that would be surprising because we look at this roster and we look at these individuals, and this is a team that when we look at on paper, we expect them to be making it through to the playoffs at least. We've got Kat, one of the best riflers in the world, plays on Imperial, the best team in the world. Zia, who is one of the sort of superstars that's upcoming, right? This 18-year-old prodigy AWPer has played for Spirit, has played for Ensathina, and has been a target of a lot of teams just because of that massive firepower she can provide. And then, we've got 3 other players that sort of join them who we haven't seen as much of when it comes to big games. But I was really impressed by Murphy in particular yesterday. I felt that she had a lot of impact, particularly, when it came to the side holds, and those few multi-kill moments from her, which were massive.
Yeah, no, I agree. I'm hoping we get to see as well the Slovakia that played in kind of the midway point of that game where it was super competitive and they were actually playing off each other, they just dipped in a little bit of form towards the tail end, and it was costly, and they got punished in a couple of rogue decisions, and by the end of it, nothing they could really do, and they ended up, like you said, having that really close loss, which might actually be the difference maker. Over on the other side for France, a lot of recognizable names here, and no wonder, right? Find themselves 3-3 so far in their opening games, and nobody even getting towards double-digit rounds against them just shows how dominant they are.
Yeah, I mean, this is a team where the individuals barely need an introduction, but I'll do it anyway. We can start from the top. Julie has been around forever and has had a lot of success over her tenure in the Counter-Strike scene. I think what's really cool, actually, about this event just generally is the amount of, I guess, veterans that come back and play in these rosters. So really cool for her to be part of this French team, always has been. Kaede, who I don't know if she's in France at the moment. Obviously, normally she resides in North America because she plays on FlyQuest Red as the AWP player, and most recently the IGL for that team. And then Rachel, who I think she left CS for a little bit, went to Valorant, and we thought we'd lost her forever. Comes back, joins Let Her Cook, and is the highest rated player at the ESL Impact LAN most recently, right? And they didn't even win, and she was still the highest rated player. She outfragged the Imperial squad. Astra, who I thought was criminal that she hasn't been in a team recently, also had that run with Let Her Cook. And then Emerald, who is a player that I think is very underrated. And we again, I haven't seen enough of her lately. So there's a few players here that had different moments in rosters over the last 2 years. And sort of, we lost them for a little bit. And now they're back. And I think we're going to see a lot of success with this Team France.
Yeah. This side looks super scary. I mean, so far probably maybe bar Poland, one of the sides who have that potential to make deep runs. When it's not even a matter of if, really. At this point, is it really? It's kind of when they make it to the World Esports Championships, because that's how good they look. And I think a big thing for them is about going flawless. They're the best of ones. It gives you so much confidence heading in towards the best of threes when we get there for playoffs. So that's the main thing for them. Let's take a look at the V to see where we're going. We had a hell of a lot of Ancients. We had 4 out of 5 of our games yesterday were on Ancient.
Well, guess what? We're going Ancient again.
Who would have thought?
I mean, again, it's the same story that we already know. Slovakia are very comfortable on it. We know Kat likes it, and I think when we look at the French roster and the players there, it's the same thing, right? We've got Astra and Rachel, who, as I was saying yesterday, Let Her Cook, a big part of their run against Impact was their ancient prowess and being able to dominate teams on their map pick and on this in a best of one. So they love it to go here. Everyone's happy, I think, with this going here. I almost feel like it's a mistake from Slovakia, and this is what I said when they went against Bulgaria. I felt that, yes, I know that Kat and Zia are very strong in this map, but other teams are really strong on this map. So I think it would have been better for them to avoid this for the same reason they should have avoided against Bulgaria.
Yeah, and that's the thing. It's, for me, I'm looking at this and have they learned from the mistakes of Bulgaria? The good thing is they've had a day to prepare for this, or at least a kind of an evening to prepare for this, but it's going to be tough. I think we're really going to have to lean on the big name individuals towards Slovakia to make the difference here. And it's just the difference for me being that there's just a few more of those big name individuals over towards France. And that's where if things go south, they can fall back on it. I need to see a little bit more, or maybe a better kind of macro understanding from Slovakia. Some of those rounds on when they were on the T side of Ancient, they just got a little lost for my liking, where they would slow things down. They wouldn't really know where they're going to finish. They were so spaced out, so they got isolated. These sort of small, nuanced things where sometimes the best idea is just playing a little bit more simply and did cost them at times. So France, we know you make any sort of mistakes, judging by how clean their games have been so far, any mistakes you make against the side, they're going to punish you. And Slovakia, they've got to be, I think, for me, near flawless to make this one stick.
Yeah, and I think France is going to play this a little bit different to the way Bulgaria did. I'm expecting a bit more structured Counter-Strike from them. Not just because that's just the way these individuals, I think, like to operate, but also we've got... I don't actually know who's going to be calling here, actually, because it could be Kaede, it could be Julie, and it also could be Astra. All these players have taken on that role before, but my expectation is it's probably Julie or Kaede. But regardless... Team France have been playing together for a while now. They've actually played in some other tournaments, so they're really getting a lot of reps in. And they're on boot camp, so they have this extra buff. They're all together right now. I think most of them anyway. I'm not sure if all 5 are, but the core of them is there. I saw a picture, and they've even got a coach on Twitter, kind of on site with them. So like they have all the advantages, and for that reason, I think it's going to be a really difficult game for Slovakia.
Yeah, being on boot camp like that is actually pretty sick. I think it just shows the commitment as well by the team, by maybe the federation or whatnot, just how important this actually is. We are going to be heading underway in just a second. We have a few games happening simultaneously. So we have obviously our game here. We have Croatia taking on Sweden. Could be a bit of a heater there. Ukraine taking on Czech Republic. Hungary versus Norway. Bulgaria versus Turkey. And then Portugal versus Denmark as well. That Portugal-Denmark game also could be a bit of a spicy one. So they're all happening simultaneously. So we'll keep tabs on those, see if they shake up anything. But tech pause is done, and we are back underway in towards this one. I'm looking forward to it. It should be a bit of a heater. And it's quite important as well, because Turkey are playing Bulgaria for Slovakia, that is where their hope comes in. Maybe if Turkey then beat Bulgaria, there's a weird kind of round difference thing, but then if Slovakia can beat Turkey, a weird little kind of three-way sort of split between them in terms of points and round difference. That's the sort of hope they're going to need to get that third place spot. Because right now, France, Czech Republic both look very clean.
I think the one I'm particularly interested in is that Portugal-Denmark game as well. I was on Anubis. I wish we were there right now, but instead we're back on Ancient. And it's going to be a straight A execute. Smokes down. Zia defending, tucks in, falls back, and doesn't get away. Caught by Astra as she tries to retreat. Nice entry kill. Now the rotations arrive. 2 players in donut. There is a kit on Salty Patty. Astra's up close. They have utilities still for the T side, so they can decide to burst a smoke if someone tries to defuse it. For the moment, it's just fighting forward, and it's 2 kills for the CTs before KD responds backwards. Cat gets one with the dualies. Now up towards the Breeze and in towards A main. The final 2 Ts lie in wait. Julie uncleared and able to strike for 2 from above, looking for her third. Cat has a difficult fight in her hands. The first flicking down, and she collects it. Kit in front of her, and she'll have time for that defuse.
Huge, just about, but that is a big round to be taken. I think for France, in that instance, when the bomb goes down in that post point, just slightly over fighting. I don't actually hate this setup, but they just get isolated. They need to be going 2 for 1 rather than them getting 2 for 1 in that sort of instance. It's a good attempt. It really is, but great work from Cat right at the tail end here. And my Julies don't do that. I'll say that for free. 1-0 start for Slovakia. A buy coming in both ways, though. France, bomb plant kills can easily suffice an investment coming through. Triple Mac 10 as they prioritize utility for the most part and a double Galil to round it out. Slovakia, fairly solid buy for them with a double FAMAS and the M4 as well. This is the big one, though. Pistols all well and good, but because France have got a bomb plant, the bonus round is actually the important one.
A couple of players that had armor. Cat obviously living, so she didn't have to invest armor, which means she gets that M4, but does mean she's a little susceptible to these weapons. Salty Patty looking for the timing on this swing. The flashbang, good. She does a lot of damage, but can't quite find the kill. Zia able to step through, get a trade. Now trying to push through. Astra, that timing. Oh, it was almost perfect. But just about swinging, they respond and punish her with Julie and Rachel so low. France are going to have a difficult time pulling this one back.
FAMAS, freebie there. Last 2 are so low as well. What do you even do here if you're Julie and Rachel? Your tag so low, you really can't take heads-up duels. And then there's the other thing of, is it even worth saving? No. You sort of want the loss bonus at this point, really. 45 seconds to make a decision. I don't really even know what they want to do here. They know their flank's being held for because, well, Kaude just fell in that direction. So where are you even going to go here? You're sort of pincered in all honesty. Julie, having a look. Smoke will come via donut. The bomb is still ramp, and I don't think it got spotted on the crosshair. So Rachel has slipped the net. Should get one for free, and will. But insta-traded, bomb dropped. Smoke comes down, but I don't think it's going to make a difference.
Yeah, Cat's going to be like, how did that happen? A little unlucky. I'm sure they can get the bomb down. That's a huge win. But not going to be allowed. So that one's pretty good for Slovakia. The M4 will get picked back up. They do lose, I think, a FAMAS in that fray. No, they collect all the rifles, so they're very happy with the outcome. I think that round kind of exemplifies what I was saying about France's approach versus Bulgaria's approach. Where Bulgaria, I think in that round with 3 MAC-10s and the 2 rifles, would have gone for something very pacey and very pack-based. France played out a bit more defaulty, trying to catch off the Slovakia who have the better buy, and you could see the ideas there, right? Astra had a really good timing to kill a player in middle, but there was just that flashbang that came over at the worst possible time that kind of prevented her getting that kill, because that was the way into the round for France.
It was. Now they're going to creep through a smoke, a pop flash to come over from Emerald. And actually, no offense, they're going to be giving this mid control here. Breaking their own smoke isn't bad work, but a bit of tag damage. Farmers could get overwhelmed there, in all fairness. Tech9 swinging can be scary, and that's a double opener. Oh my, we're on for something here.
Salty Patty feeling a little bit of pressure. Zia, the same. And can't convert. Her spray did get one onto Astra, but now they can scale through. They can pick up the M4. Maffy, though, in the perfect position. Oh, but a spray goes awry, and now she's going to run out of bullets. Does she have time for the reload? No, she's going to get run down for sure. Gets a bit of time for Salty Patty to arrive, but this one was meant to be the easy one. Just some pistols, bit of utility for the pop. Now you're in a 1v3. Rachel's picked up a FAMAS. She has armor, which makes it all the more difficult. Or it's a smoke for A main.
Feels like
that looks like it missed, but
yeah,
I think she's just saving at this stage.
Is she trying to bait in fights? Is the only thing I can think of. You need to be a little careful. You take a lot of damage still to this bomb. It's like 75 plus. So if she takes any tag on the way out, it could be problematic. And now you have to be careful to go tuck yourself in that far corner. You should be fine. You stay up closer, you're probably in a little bit of trouble. But yeah, no, all in all, that's it. Still will go down. You take a lot of damage. People, yeah, I've seen that happen a lot of the last few days. I think people keep forgetting how much damage you actually take to that close plant. So Rifle will fall, despite the kill at the end, and France going to steal away around off the back of upgraded pistols. A couple of Tech 9s, a couple of P250s, rushing towards the fight. And they'll get an important round with nothing gained or saved by Slovakia. They're in a tough spot too, where they can't really buy here. So you're going to have to low buy themselves. They're not, luckily, I guess, in double eco territories. They don't have to force, score for a save, reinvesting towards the next. France should be able to tie this game up.
That's a really cool approach to the half buy for France. So I really like that. Worth noting, I guess while we're on the eco, that Slovakia are playing with the listed substitute rather than the 5 that we saw yesterday. So we have Nikki instead of Ninduska. So it's one slight variation in the roster today. Okay, he's going to run away. I'm going to check what KDA's status is in her location.
Oh, she's like in the country. I
she
feel
is.
like
I can
she is, right? Was she at boot camp?
That's all of them are on boot camp. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna say I thought I saw her post a picture or something yesterday. So that's good. At least she's not on what 100 ping for something plus.
Yeah. So normally she's like playing 100, 120. So not ideal.
Is she
I don't
West
know if
Coast?
I'm not sure, but
yeah, probably like mid or west. I think East Coast. I like last night I was playing with East Coast guys, and it's about 70 to 80, which is it's okay, but it's not great. I think the more mid or west you go, it can go like pretty high, like towards mid hundreds.
I wonder who will see AWPing on this team, because
Okay.
KDA I would assume would be the AWPer. However, you've got a lot of options, because obviously we've seen Astra AWP a lot of the time, particularly her time on NIP. But I think even Emerald is a pretty handy AWPer. So there's a lot of options for this French team as to where they go with the sniper, but none at this stage.
Sure. I guess the question is, do you actually even bring it out until the T-Starter? Some teams seem to really not actually enjoy it because they want the pace of the rifles and the MAC-10s. Like that, for example. There's the first. Another spotted of Zia towards Donut. As the trade falls away. It's good information, at least for France to work with, and they're creeping up ramp.
Rachel again is caught the timing. That Molly, this is the mark. Cat's gonna swing. Looking for the multi, and she manages to get the second. That is criminal from Cat. And that's going to be enough, surely. Emerald in 1 versus 3. Those are the players still inside. Spots that shadow, and the smoke gives her a bit of room to work with to find this first kill. Brought down to 20 HP, doesn't make her job easier at all. Swapping to another rifle, redeploy on a smoke for short. CT's plays perfectly. They double up and they swing together. So Slovakia will bounce back off the back of Cat's hold.
Okay, beautiful. For Slovakia as well, that's super important. You come back in with an investment. It's a little bit of a kind of rough one in the sense that it requires MP9, but it doesn't seem to make a difference at all. Really solid. Cat's double to start things off. It is super clean, and just the trade off the back of it is nice and easy too. That's what we want to see, where Slovakia play off each other. And at times yesterday, that was one of the things that let them down a couple of times with Bulgaria that are able to find these gaps. 2 France back into a by themselves. The AKs to work with, but it's important, I think, for France. At bare minimum, 5 rounds is normally what I would say on a map like Ancient. Anything less, and you could be in a bit of a troubling spot.
Yeah, it's a little bit difficult to know with some of these teams kind of where the strengths lie on T or CT side. Because we've definitely seen strong variations. Aggression in A main doesn't quite work out for the CTs, and at the same time, a player was lost on the B bomb side, and Cat, which is a big target to find. Asher can sell the fake, or she can just sit here and they can rotate. Nikki's got a good line for a kill. She can get the multi. There's a way back in, but no, can't convert it. Salty Patty gonna be left alone, and surely you're just saving at this point. She's actually moving close, which she goes down. It's gonna leave them with literally nothing in the next round, and she will be. So France immediately respond.
Well, France, this is, at least for them, the positive signs. For, where things started pretty decent, just Slovakia, it's kind of back and forth. The gun runs look a tad cleaner for France. I think probably understandable as to why we're this side of flawless so far, and probably the scariest in this group. We're seeing, at least individually, some of these crisp fights. Kaude looking good. Julie as well. Can they continue? Nade going to come banking off in towards mid, but this time they're going to be given this control without too much of a fight. Just pistols for Slovakia. They're going to stack up 4 of them, one playing out through Red Room. They're going to try to potentially overwhelm. Rachel has snuck up ramp a couple of times. This is probably the one time where you don't want to make a move in that direction.
For all the name value of Kat and Zia, obviously Zia is playing a very influential position in middle, but Kat is traditionally an anchor, and obviously she's an incredibly skilled player, but that does mean that on the CT side, and even on some of the T sides where she plays kind of the more extremity lurk roles in a lot of cases, she might not be able to offer you the kind of opening skills that you kind of want to snowball off. She's more going to be playing responsive, so if you're able to put the pressure on elsewhere and get an opening kill, so you're always in that kind of 5v4 and you're always avoiding Cat at the start, it's going to kind of give you a bit of an advantage versus other teams. For instance, like if you're going up against Sweden, where Zaz plays an incredibly proactive role in the team because she's such an aggressive rifler, her impact is always going to be felt.
For sure. I think it's one of those where you are spot on. It depends how you want to play this, I think, as well, because you could have her playing high impact roles via maybe B ramp. I think it's probably one of the more contested ones so far, or rotate through Temple, or rotate through Red Room, I say. I guess it's probably a comfort thing more than anything. I'm not sure how structured the setup is really going to be over towards Slovakia in terms of, is it basically just, this is where I kind of feel comfortable playing, I'm going to sit here, or is it, this is better for the team? I think for France, at least on boot camp, they maybe got advantage on a coach as well that can help them set those sort of things up. Either way, couple of constellation kills in that one. But all in all, still around for France and a lead for them. Back into the buy. Slovakia is the main thing. They didn't get to save that AK at the end, but they still get plenty of money to work with for the rifles, so it's all good.
Very back and forth in some of these early rounds, which is always going to favor the T's. Lucky gets another buyout. Can't string consecutive, then the CT half is going to run away from them. Not even got to see the AWP in Zia's hands. Although again, I guess as a mid player, it's not always the best position to be rocking the AWP.
It's true. Still haven't seen it for that C side, so the question still arises, right? Who is actually going to opt for France? We probably won't even see it at this point, right? There are plenty of opportunities to buy it. Yeah, I don't think we'll just see it on T side. I don't always like the T side opening anyway, so I don't really blame it. CT side, I feel like it's such a strength that it has to be picked up sooner rather than later. I'm assuming more or less whoever plays over towards B or Temple. They're the two positions that have the most weight with it. These days, I honestly think a rifle is pretty strong in towards Red Room rather than the AWP itself.
Yeah, it depends how you want to set it up, right? Normally, the AWP has to play a rotate role, so B site's normally the way to go. You could take strong mid control with your rifles. You get a 1-for-1 towards middle, and Counter's cleared all of lane off the back of the smoke and off the back of getting that kill from ledge. So they're going to have the information that A is the hit. Two players are here. Maffy has a powerful angle at the back box. Not going to be cleared either. So she swings at the perfect time. The FAMAS though does betray her. Only good for the one. And both these CTs are in Temple. Emerald has heard this, so she's coming over that a player is going to be in Brokey shortly, and the HE4 going to do a bit of damage on the Cat. Actually play the headshot angle, and even Beta and Julie. Cat's in a very uncomfortable spot, but it's Cat, so keep an eye on her crosshair because she is sharp with it. Looking for the swing, gets it, but the bait was perfect, and Julie has just played this so well. Tucks behind the boxes the entire time, lets Emerald take all of the aggro, and then she's able to close it.
Okay, we're now starting to cook a little bit here. Couple of rounds in quick succession, just showcasing how good they are. And it didn't even start well as well, but it's just how they pull that back into their favor. I always think having that kind of lack of elbow presence on the CT side can be very risky. You don't know where they're finishing, and in that instance, they get caught off guard in this sort of early to mid round. But well played, really well played indeed. 5-3, back into a low buy. And this should be France now locking themselves into that bare minimum of a tie, which I think for T-side is more than enough usually on a map like Ancient. Mac-10s are flying around the corner, and they could farm a lot of kill bonus here. There's the first.
Cool round to go for a straight up B hit as well. You know, the economy is going to be absolutely in the bin for Slovakia, and most is going to be upgraded pistols. So go for something pacey on B where you've not been doing this at all. When you've approached B, it's been kind of lurk plays up ramp. A lot of emphasis has been on mid early on, so pick the perfect time to strike B, lock in that round. Start this T side running away, double the round count of Slovakia. We'll get another chance with the rifles. Chances running out.
Yeah, they haven't got a huge amount left. They've probably got 2 rifle rounds left in this half.
Here's the difference, though. We've got the all-part for Zia.
It's true. And now we need to see it sing, right? I think this is the big thing for France. They've had no contest at range. They haven't really felt that pressure just yet. Because of it, it is getting to the point where France are so confident in taking these early fights because they know they can swing out at long ranges and not be under too much pressure. The flashing return there from the CT side has kept Rachel at bay. Swinging around the corner, jumping back 10. Can't convert. The trade is good.
That's fine. Rachel goes to Mac 10 for a pacey play to Cave, and she's traded immediately, so that works out perfectly for the T's. They get the space. Force the rotation. And Z is just playing turret on A. Very passive on B as well from Slovakia. They're kind of just sitting back on different angles to get an idea of where France are going to approach. Emerald will discover shortly this AWP. As Astra puts pressure on middle, Zia doesn't have to move and she'll find her target. But if you're France now, you know the AWP was in play in Temple. You've spotted a player in Donut. So you know at most there's 2 present here, and there might even be a rotation because of that pressure.
Going back of it towards long. But in doing so, a move coming up through ramp, but she might just catch the timing. It takes a couple of shots. Gives away a position, misses the window. They'll cross on towards the side. Bomb will come over as well. Resmoke going to come through, not just yet. Still plumed. Nade behind it, could bank. We'll do a little bit of chip damage. Flash doesn't really make too grand of a difference. Bomb will still go down. Just shy of 25 seconds.
4 versus 3, main to a 4-on-2 as Maffy runs forward, gets rid of K&A and a second onto Julie. Astra, 1 versus 4 first, second. Astra's good for these. Looking for the third, but they swing in tandem, and Zia's AWP hits the shot. A lot of damage done. But it will be Slovakia picking up the round. Comes close off the back of Astra. But a good hold, well, good post-plant retake from Slovakia after France do manage to pull the rotations and get the bomb site.
Close no cigar in that one. 1v4 getting the first 2. There was a moment. The fact that she was able to reset herself as well nearly gave a chance. The good thing is that Slovakia found that if they hadn't, they would have been in a lot of trouble. I think we're talking at that point where France can push up towards even the potential of 8-9 rounds, maybe. So that'll limit them. 8 is still absolutely a possibility, but they have to do it through buys here, France, without breaking that CT economy just yet. It's important. Good to see that these individuals are stepping up with the rifles in a way that matters most. I think for Slovakia, they play off each other quite well. They know in that 4 versus 2 as well, they can just trade. And do it effectively. They're going to take a little tag. The AWP. Bit of a move being made here through main, but the Shadow's going to betray sooner rather than later.
He drops. Oh, ow. I think she's sick.
Wow.
That's really cool. Because that sort of drop with the smoke, that's going to be the common position you're sitting with a rifle to catch them if they try and force through. Really nice piece of util. They're going to walk through this smoke. This is going to be a little tricky. Nikki does catch K&A, but Astra fast on the trade. And Maffy, difficult spot to be in, but still able to get one and good damage onto the follow-up. Puts it even. 3-on-3. Bombs to be planted, smoked off, but they've got plenty of util in this retake.
Cat leading the charge, making that first move. In this 3 versus 3, you don't need to peek here, Julie. Just wait for fights to come to you. Buy time is the way to go about it. Bit of util on the CT side, which you're going to try and utilize to get out. Do they clear? Oh, missed opportunity. Maybe does get swung upon. Julie had to find that fight first time of asking. Second time is not enough. They're both playing out for donut. The pop shot is good. Smoke on towards the bomb. A hold now, and the spray is just a little bit off. They get both in the end. For a moment, it looked a little concerning, but Rachel will close it down with the double. And France will find another round of the ball for them, a 7th, guaranteeing that lead.
I always find it interesting when you put the smoke on the bomb rather than in the mouth of donut, because obviously it gives you an easier job spraying if it's on the bomb, because your entire field of vision isn't blocked off, so it gives you more points of reference. I guess it's more safe because you're in it if they push through, that sort of thing. But yeah, it's interesting to see it often ends up being on the bomb rather than donut itself. That one's crushing for Slovakia. They felt like that was definitely doable when it was in that 3-on-3, and they started strong in that retake. It came down to the 2-on-2, couldn't get it done, tried to stick that bomb. Now in this final round, it's not the prettiest. Zia's pretty good. Why doesn't she have a gun?
Yeah.
It's not MR15.
With 1.2k as well?
Yeah, I think that's just a mistake. But might not matter. Okay, it will matter because, again, France put pressure on A and walk on speed.
She's got an AK, though, at the very least. That's all right. Julie will find one, however. Catching a rotation. Emerald's position is so strong here. Surely gets at least one. And does. Second, maybe too tall of an order in that one. So quick trade comes through, but the number's still good. A 2v3 post-bomb. Surely France take an 8th hit.
Yeah, only way this goes out of hand is if Cat just does something absolutely insane. But time's ticking and no kit in sight means that Cat has to do it all. K-Day will end her dreams and France will double the score of Slovakia as we swap sides.
Okay, that's pretty solid. It was, honestly, I think that score feels a little misleading in the sense that some of these rounds are just so close, coming down to clutches, and France just able to win them out. The fact that it's actually quite a substantial gap is probably not an indicator towards how decent at times Slovakia have actually looked. I just think the one thing that was letting them down was that economy constantly getting broken, and of course, unfortunately, being forced in towards those ecos. Now they're on the T side, a little bit less feeble. That T side economy, so potentially something they could work with. A pistol round is so needed for Slovakia. If they want any sort of chance at, I feel like for me, they have to take it. If France take a 9th, they probably get a 10th as well, depending on the bomb plant. And at that point, it already feels like maybe the beginning of the end. No one's here, though.
Yeah, stack from France on the B bomb site. So bomb to be planted. But Emerald's got the smoke and kit. Got a flashbang as well in the hands of Julie. Oh, it goes a little earlier than I thought. No one's actually ready to swing off it. And Cat in the corner. Not quite able to connect that shot. Emerald will find hers, and Kat dealt with eventually by Julie, but still player advantage for France. Nikki being forced off the line, and well, a lot of damage being done. All these players are so low. Astra's defusing with 10 seconds, sticking it, and well, it's not going to matter. They run them down, but look at the HP.
My, oh my. Low, close, and all of the rest. The bomb plant is one of those where, again, it's a small, minor silver lining, but it is still a position of utter strength now for France. While it's close and a lot of damage out, it's another round which is going to be the indicator of close but no cigar for Slovakia. And that's the thing that's going to be super costly for them. And that's what they're going to look back maybe at the tail end and say, you know, this game maybe doesn't feel as one side of the scoreline sort of indicates. 9-4 feels like there's not much of a competition, but it isn't the case. It actually has been a pretty decent showing. But at this scoreline, at 9-4, a buy going to come through. Obviously, off the back of the bomb plant. But if you fail this one for Slovakia, France probably find 10, maybe 11-2. You're leaving it all down to potentially one true full buy to see whether you can stay alive. That's how quickly things can fall apart in MR12. That's a good start. The Volta does come down, though, and a second behind it.
The second's huge from Zia. France. Oh, okay. Now on the T side, this is... That's what I'm saying. I feel like Kat can have a lot more impact. Or she can be a bit more active in the pack. A little love tap with the Mac 10. Oh, what a kill from Kat, though. Rachel and Astra can hold for exits, do some damage. It's the long game ahead of them. So you can keep Slovakia down. All you need to do is win one, and you can break that run. So that's a nice double from Astra. She can get away. Mafi might not let it. Oh
my.
One shot, 1 HP. The bomb might do it. Yeah.
Actually crazy from that range. Or just that 1 point is all that's needed. Not a bad round at all. Slovakia, super aggro. And I think now they're at a point where they've got nothing to lose. So they may as well play that sort of kind of aggro style. I mean, Kat, that second shot deep over towards CT is ridiculous. The range absolutely lights out. Slovakia still far from done in this one. Still absolutely within the conversation point. Yeah, okay. And a 9-5. There's a forced buy in response out of France, but it's not really the scariest. So the scary thing they're going to do is going to group up.
Middle stacked. Slovakia, no. Going to be a bit of a weird one coming out for France. And that flashbang doesn't quite do what they hoped. Sort of pops in the mouth, which would have hit the player, I think, to the right, but doesn't hit Salty Patty. Kat gets hers, and it's just these players in mid getting mopped up. I like the idea. Doesn't quite work out. K8, will she be allowed to save this M4? No. So that was the forced investment from France off that play. That's going to break their economy. Slovakia are back in this.
Absolutely. Should make it a 2-round game without breaking too much of a sweat in towards this next. And in the same way that things are so rapidly falling apart for Slovakia, all it takes is a few rounds in quick succession and it's game absolutely back on. And this is what we've got on our hands right now. This is a pretty spicy affair. Well, Slovakia should make it a 7 as long as they don't take too many casualties or drop over an AK, anything of the sort. There's no real way that they take any sort of quote-unquote loss here. For France, need to be careful. The CT side, it can be tough to start, and they're feeling exactly that right now. They're going for a bit of a stack. It might actually get Zia, in all fairness. She's clearing everything, but will she expect all 5 here?
That's a crazy way to play it. Just all sitting back. Well, I think they heard Zia. What's interesting about this is Zia's going to clear all this and spot it empty. And so that might actually bring the bomb back. The idea here is you send kind of Zia as the point woman just to see what's going on. And then you avoid the stack completely, depending on what she finds out. And now they do start to go back to A because she's seen 3 bodies. And Kat will be in charge of trying to stop this getting out of hand. So you want Zia to get as many kills as possible. But better just to not lose anybody at all. And you take a few on the Mackie. 2-round game.
Okay. Now we have a conversation where we look for the buy back in. I don't think... No, there shouldn't be enough money to buy an ABB. Maybe Rachel might have enough in the reserves if you were going to go for the AWP, but then somebody has to take lesser armor, lesser util. I don't know if those gambles are really worth it. So they are just going to opt with the rifles across the board. This is the important one. Slovakia win round number 17, and they probably should tie this game up 9 apiece. And that puts absolute pressure right back on the shoulders of France. This is sort of a must-win round for France, in all honesty.
The fight's in Jaguar. Rachel doubles up. Looked like Zia had a good opportunity for a swing, but that's your 2 heavy hitters removed early from Slovakia. And all it cost you was 1 player. So you'll take that. Maybe way back in if Mafi can find this kill onto Emerald, but that's such a cheeky angle to play. Surely Emerald's guaranteed this one. Oh, peeks under it. Mafi being very thorough on the clears. That's going to give a lot of space on A. A smoke to CT. KD arrives, doesn't spawn anyone on that cross. Salty Patty catches this lurk in the smoke. She has the bomb, so this fight here goes either way. Julie caught out. No, able to get 1 before she's traded immediately. And a 2-on-2. This one could go anywhere.
Yeah, what is happening right now? It's just all over the place. And in a weird way, this might actually work in Slovakia's favor. They've now grouped up. They've got the bomb to work with. Going back, in all fairness, towards A here. Very slow. There is one via Temple. The other, checking around towards B, spots nothing. Spotted. Couple of tags, County. She's going to drop a smoke. Tries to get out behind this. Needs to try her best to buy some time for the rotate to come through.
Yeah, that smoke's just going to be annoying as well because you're not going to know exactly where KD is, so you're not going to feel necessarily comfortable planting. But Matthew finds a nice angle where if KD tried to walk through that smoke, she'd be punished. And instead, she's just going to come out around the edge of it, get the kill. Salty Patty has to come up clutch. A 1v2 versus hers. She knows where KD was. Falls back behind default. Little flash dribbled forward. KD eats that one, and Salty Patty clutches it out for Slovakia. That round was all over the place at the start, but in the 2-on-2, Slovakia come out ahead.
That's a mega round to be taken. That really is going to make such a big difference. These probably should be Slovakia tying this game right back up, and potentially even France getting ever closer to their first defeat so far in this qualifier. And we said for Slovakia how important it was for them to be picking up wins today. They're on the cusp of playoffs, but also of not being joint with Turkey and Bulgaria on points, all on 2. Getting a win here wouldn't guarantee, but it get them so close to those playoffs, and potentially even as well directly to the upper bracket. That's just how quickly things could go in their favor. 8-9, and man, that is such a big one to be taken.
This is an interesting way to throw the Insta. This is not how I throw it. I throw it on that leaf that's kind of directly south of this, like that's sticking up a little bit. She's still interesting. What is she lining it up on? That one looks way harder than when I threw.
So it lands.
Here's a better way to do it.
It does land, in all fairness.
It lands, but that looked like it was a bit harder to line up.
Only issue I'm considering, just seeing where... Oh, again, maybe never mind. I saw Asher was playing just in the corner of it. I wasn't sure whether maybe there was a gap in that one that she was trying to use, but she just waited for you to on hand. Either way, they're grouped up towards ramp. Behind that smoke. Rachel going to stick up close. 5-7 at this range potentially could be pretty scary.
Yeah, the re-smoke is going to be annoying, but Slovakia stick to their guns, and France basically have locked this off, hoping that's going to send Slovakia elsewhere to get information, whether that's A or mid, and that's where they can have more bodies. But Slovakia are going to be patient. Kat's just tucking her head down so that she can pop up and trade if needed. Slovakia should be rewarded for this patience, but they are playing in the dark where they have no idea where any of these French women have gone. Good Molly. Forces Emerald forward. The flashbang as well makes that impossible for her to do anything. Rachel moves up to cave, and Nikki able to catch Julie on the ascension. So they managed to circumnavigate these pistols pretty handedly.
That's fight. Oh, 5-7. And an AK picked up Still difficult, but not impossible, I guess. The one thing that makes it just so difficult is no one can rotate over. Rachel might just want to try and keep the 8K alive. Good swing. Good find. Looks for a second. I think now, with time so far ticked, we've just got to get out of there. AK staying alive is okay, but this is Slovakia tying this game up, and this one now becomes super difficult to call.
I mean, the momentums of Slovakia, certainly, with these T rounds, it's basically just been the one that they've lost. 2 AKs recovered for France is huge, though. That will allow them to buy an AWP if they want to. Rachel can drop one, so she is going to, and it is going to be K&A wielding it. So answers that question, which I think was the obvious one. Astra has been a pretty solid rifler, so kind of, I guess, a bit more of a hybrid player.
Sure.
Really, whereas K&A, I think, is more of a traditional AWPer. So not too surprising to see her run it.
Yeah, and the thing is as well, they really need this AWP to get active as well. France are struggling. It's always about it. This CT side has been a little bit feeble, and actually going 2 for 1 there as well isn't exactly the best of start to France. Slovakia, numbers advantage. And now Cat, while taking damage, is still falling away alive.
Yeah, and this T side was in Salty Patty come up with the 1v2, and Nikki getting a clean opener. Cat and Zia unravel the remaining CTs on this side of the map, which means that K-Day, yeah, she's got that AWP, but not much she can do with it. And you can't really fault her. I think she had the far right spawn, so why not go for the A peak? It's pretty much guaranteed to kill if they go A, because she's playing the close angle, which is always going to get you 1, and then you can fall back. But if they don't go A, it becomes a little less useful. So Slovakia are going to take the lead in this game. This T side is really something else, and I think a big part of it has been Cat being able to be active.
Yeah, no, absolutely. This has been pretty substantial. I'm enjoying what I'm seeing. I think Cat's getting super. I mean, 22 of 14 is pretty ridiculous. And there's a couple others who are having their impact. The question is, does Cat clear this? Oh, no AWP saved for you, and actually will be picked up as well for the T side. Everything that can go right at the moment is going right for Slovakia. First had to crack in towards double digits. We're looking at them taking all the control in this game at the moment. This is a really concerning point that we find France in, where, they put up such a good first half and they just have not going at all in towards the CT. They can buy back in, which I guess is the main thing for them, but this is a pretty tough spot. Don't win this round, Slovakia probably go maybe even all the way towards map point.
Okay, they cut enough money to allow that investment. He's very cave early to prevent swings down into lane, although they're not contesting it. It's a bit of a stalemate of utility, keeping everyone at bay at different points. Yorp again posts up in the same position. It was never revealed, so she can kind of have that element of surprise at A. And this round, she might be rewarded with it. We do see a few players posted up over this side.
So quiet, isn't it? Minute on the clock. France not wanting to overfight. Something they've been testing the waters with showing some aggression in these early rounds, but because they're losing the Angels, they're not really wanting to give anything now. The question is where the Slovakia want to finish. They've got good inroads towards both sides here. Might all be off the opening kill in all fairness. Cat going to try and find it. Towards mid, no presence. Slovakia will get this control for free. The Molotov's decent. Emerald's in trouble and dead. That's a big find.
Yeah, such a good Molotov. Prevents the possibility of the trade as well. Emerald's got no choice. This is still an interesting setup with Astra on the close angle. If Rachel jiggles this, Astra is completely undetected. But if they don't go to B, it's not going to matter. But on A, K-Day's orb lies in wait, and it strikes true for 1. Falls back to Temple. Molotov will force her back. Great utility continues from Slovakia. Bomb is being planted. Julie swings. Julie finds all of them. Everyone's dead in a second. That looked like it was going to be such a strong position for Slovakia, where they push back K&A. Everything's set up for Cat to come lurk and to close it, but they just crumple.
It has to be said as well, the decision to stick the plant despite the pressure, I guess, that was there it's a bold one. And it's one that ended up being very, very costly indeed. I mean, credit to France. They needed that, and they'll take it. And it will keep them afloat, tying this game right back up. And at the moment, it feels like we don't know where this one's going to swing. And for me, the winner of this game is the first to break the economy. But just the fact that Slovakia have so much built up, surely the owner still leans in favor of the T-side right now. For France, they win that. I think a large portion of that comes down to a bold decision to stick that plant rather than tap and fight as the CT swung, because they hadn't bought enough time for Cat to rotate in the back lines. The way France, it's a sigh of relief that they're still in this, but it's still a long road to recovery.
Yeah, I mean, that was the round, right? That could have ended it. Double smoke, so bit of a miscomm. Julie going to go undetected. KD hits a shot through the smoke. That's unreasonable. You kind of want Julie just to get this first kill, but if she goes later, oh, that's terrible timing. If Maffey just walked around the corner, Julie would have gone for that first kill, and then the trade could have been there. Instead, she gets a double. HE is going to sting a little bit, but she can stay alive behind the smoke. Cat's prowling and can't get it. Julie doing everything in this round in middle. Slovakia were on the brink of breaking France and potentially winning out this map, but now instead, France are looking in the perfect position to at least take the lead back. Unless Zia has something to say. No, ahead of the molly is Julie, and she gets her 4th in the round. Might even find herself the A. Salty Patty, 1 versus 4. Julie has moved aggressively towards Covey. So we might just see that ace. She comes out at the right time. Oh, there it is. All 5 for Julie.
Fair play. Really, really good isolation of fights. And I think for the early part of this CC side as well, for Julie, it's been just a little bit quiet. Hasn't been able to deliver on as much form. Hasn't been able to make it stick, at least at the moment. And that's going to make a big difference for me. Really, really will now put France into a super strong position where they know that they have the momentum, the individuals to find this. They're 2 rounds away. They're 1 ahead of Slovakia. And yeah, the T-side buy right back in. But France are taking these last few as well, actually quite cleanly. The retake, quote unquote, that we call it, where they just killed the 2 straight down after the bomb goes down in that couple of rounds ago, is a big round for them. And this one, similar vibe. We have attack pause. And I think in particular, Slovakia do need a conversation here, because at this rate, could be France just pipping them at the post at that final hurdle for a continued flawless run in this groups.
I've actually not seen a lot of attack pauses come through so far, but not every team has that benefit of the coach. And obviously on boot camp, you can get a lot out of that. Not to mention, he, will probably be signaling that he wants that pause to talk.
True. Very true.
Although I'm not sure exactly what the rules are.
I always wondered this, right?
Like it's different for different events.
TOs, right? Yeah.
They might just be allowed to talk the whole time.
Yeah, exactly. Can actually be like a secondary IJO in a way. I mean, that's what it used to be like back in the day before they changed it, which itself was a wild time when you think about what it's like now. But yeah, who knows? I'll have to find out that one. But I think having that coach and having the ability to just take a breather, I think is super important. France in particular on boot camp, it really helps. And then obviously for Slovakia, they know that they did so well in this T-side to make it competitive, but it's just where they are now that they're in a slightly tougher spot.
Slower from Slovakia. They know what's on the line. Kade is playing a more active line from Donut where she can peek middle. That smoke doesn't go, I think, where she wanted. We'll actually give the T's a bit of space to work with. Unless that is an intentional smoke, but I doubt it. Because it gives Nikki a lot of room to play around if she wants to. Yeah, you can see the CT's a little worried about a player behind it now. They brought a lot of eyes towards middle, but Slovakia are very patient in their approach. Kind of preying on an aggressive peak from France that can be punished, and instead, with nothing given up, they're the ones that have to take the fight. Zia Doesn't need the AWP in her hands, but she can hit a shot like that. Emerald in Donut, though. She can fight back for them. A swing and a double up from her. The Flames as well make this hard to get in, and Julie slips into the side straight into Maffy's crosshairs. A smoke forward to CT, bomb to be planted. And a 2 versus 2. Astra making her way to Donut, where we have the double up from the T's on the other side. Smoke gives a little bit of cover as they cross. It all comes down to the timing that she hits. She doesn't. Maffy's able to collect Rachel, low HP from the earlier engagement. Has a kit, but no smoke to isolate Donut. And in fact, only one player, I think, confirmed in that position. Oh, the HE. That is brutal. And that's a big round from Maffy.
Massive round to be taken there. Slovakia, they absolutely needed that. And the individuals, again, I mean, first fight, brilliant stuff from Zia. It gets traded immediately, but Emerald's double felt like it might have bought enough time, but it just wasn't. Swinging out from a CT when they fall. The rotate is just too far away that they have time to set themselves up. And now, game absolutely on. 2 decisions, really, in this one of, does this get settled 13-11, one of the 2 ways, or more rounds after regulation needed? Is overtime on the cards? And the way these 2 sides are playing, that potentially might even be the case. This is a big one. Slovakia keeping themselves alive like that, though, massively important. Rachel avoids the flash, swings behind it, deals a bit of damage, but takes some herself. Big opening double there for Astra. Hang on, game on.
Yeah, looked like they were going to try and exploit space up with Rachel exposed in cave. They thought maybe they could catch that timing up ramp after getting that first kill. Bit of damage onto Julie. Kat's trying to force her way forward. Smoke not going to do too much, and Kat, given another opportunity, can't quite hit her on the cross. Player advantage for France. Slovakia have good space in middle. This response is nice, though. They're going to smoke forward onto A main, and look like they're going to double aggressive push into Donut. Even if they fall, you're never expecting Julie towards A main. And Emerald, she just wins the fight. Nikki gets one back. Beautiful swing from Rachel. Bomb given over. And Kat has to clutch.
This is hard. In a 1v3, 35 seconds. Molotov will give a fight here. It should. 180? Hang on. No, surely not. Rachel's so low. Does she clear? She does, and she finds it. Kat's still full HP. I mean, low HP, I might say, but this is still on. 4 points of HP is a possibility. A flash and an aid and sells the fake away, but no movement taken here. Still on the spot, and Julie will see it off. Close. So damn close. But not enough. The 1v3 right down to the end with her 4 points of HP, but any sort of attack and she was dead. And France find match point.
Oh, I thought Kat had that when she comes back towards A. Julie's just sitting on the line, and Kat swings it aggressively. You think that maybe there's a chance, but Julie just sort of falls back a little bit. I think she heard a sound cue as Kat started to approach, and she's then able to re-swing. That's so close. It does mean France now on that point. They actually have a worse buy because of the damage that Kat inflicted in that round. So not out of the woods yet. We could actually get our first overtime, potentially.
Yeah. The way things are looking. Slovakia, they just never seem out of this, do they? No matter what France throw at them, they never seem in. I mean, I guess they never seem defeated, right? They've backs up against the wall, yes, but still up for the fight. MP9 in the hands of Emerald and Rachel, but the full belt to util around it is actually pretty positive. I think it's safe to say, though, a lot of onus on Julie, Astra, Coyote to get super active in towards this one. They cannot allow Kat to keep just running rampant.
Good damage on the Cat as well. You've weakened the heaviest hitter. Oh, Julie spams Zia, just spots her falling back in the smoke. Clean opening kill, and despite the lack of utility and the lesser weaponry, France find themselves in a great position. Kat's going to maybe be sent to just see if she can find something. Smoke. Going to sell Rachel's position, but it's all about the bait setup. In fact, Rachel's going to get aggro Kat's Molotov goes to one side. Now Rachel really baiting this corner. Goes down, even gets a kill on her way out. So Astra going to be completely undetected, and Astra might just end the entire game right here. The spray almost connects onto Kat. And a 2 versus 4 with Kat on no health, and Kat, the only one remaining. Given opportunities with such little health, this clutch just simply not going to happen. Astra confirms it. France take the game.
Oh my God. I mean, down to the wire, right down to the final round. We've got the full 24, similar towards our first game yesterday. The same thing happened here today. Credit, I think, has to be given at time. I mean, Kat in particular was just incredible. Zero at a couple of moments as well. Slovakia on that T side looked considerably more comfortable in terms of how they were playing off each other. The synergy was actually really clean, but France just have that little extra about them. They were taking those pauses, and both tag pauses they called as well off the back of them to take the round. I mean, you can just see where maybe I think the systematic kind of depth around this side is something that really did help them. But they were made to work much more than any other team has made them work so far for a win. They still are flawless, but I think that one, it's a win, but with a real big sigh of relief.
Yeah, I think Slovakia are going to feel a little rough about that one, because that felt like it should have been their game. That T side was so strong, and so many rounds just came down to the wire. I mean, if Kat wins that clutch, I think they take the game. That's how close it comes down to. So Julie has a lot of impact in winning that one for the French side. There's also a couple of rounds where they got the opening kill as well and weren't quite able to convert it. So France doing a good job of being able to come back from those rounds when things do start to slip away from them, and they are the ones that take the lead. So that's our first game of the day, guys. We've still got more action coming up, though, so don't go too far, because our second game will be coming to your screens very shortly. Welcome back, guys. Short break on that one because we had such a close affair before. And Neo, I suspect our next game will also be a pretty close one.
Yeah, we know name value wise how good Romania are, and then we know looking at the groups how good Germany look. They're top of the group right now. They've had 2 wins, won both of them, and it seems pretty handedly as well. They're able to beat Iceland 13-5. They beat Belgium. Did require overtime, but 16-12. So for me, I'm really interested to see how this German side, we haven't actually caught them yet, so it's interesting to see kind of how they're able to come up against what is just such a fearsome Romanian team on paper. We obviously were able to catch them yesterday. They're pretty crisp when they get going, and we know individual-wise they have some of the best players. Well, they have the best player in the world, right? Simple as that. And then some of the best around them as well. So this should be a really cool game.
Yeah, I think Romania, in most people's books, are the favorite to win this group. We saw them at the World Final last time. This time they actually have to go through the full qualification process. No home country bonus invite for them this time. So they got to do it the hard way. But they got the players to do it. I think Germany is interesting. I'm surprised they beat Belgium because Belgium's got some really good players. And yeah, that's really interesting. But we'll get to Belgium later because we've got some lineups with these 2 teams coming up. And I think if we take a look first at Romania, we saw them on stream yesterday, and we know them, we love them. Anna, best player in the world. Melly, who has recently gotten a lot of people's books after the run for Let Her Cook at ESL Impact. And Lena, returning to Team Romania after a 6 or 7 year hiatus, who actually looked really good in the server yesterday. So yeah, it's a good team on paper.
Something for me, you can't really read too highly into it, but with the Iceland game in particular, when I was looking at Ratons with somebody as well, who I think had a real nice couple of moments, very crisp, very, very crisp. I mean, I think, you see these players who are very self-sufficient, and I think that's something that Romania do very well. But while I feel like they make calls on a spawn, they're actually very adaptable on the fly, which is something that makes this Romanian side pretty scary. We can check out Germany, though, on the other side. And this will be, of course, our first time checking into these guys. Just want to break it down for us.
I think that if we look at these players, there's a few that you might know if you've been keeping an eye on Women's Counter-Strike. Spike, who was part of the first Astralis roster, I also played Ambush before then, so she was prominent in the first year of ESL Impact, and we've seen her on a few mixed teams since then. Lolita, who similar has been on a few different squads over the last couple of years, and then I guess the players around. I think that's not necessarily meant to be fully copied there, but the other 3 we haven't really seen too much. I thought that we also had Julie playing for them, who is a bit of an old school player, but I didn't see her on that list, so I'm not sure if she is or not.
Okay.
Maybe
all
right.
right. We'll see. And I think, at least for me, I'm interested to see how they can compete against Germany, against Romania particularly, because just there's a difference where you might have a good game plan, but it's how do you compete with the firepower? How do you break down the individuals is the one thing that I'm going to look at in towards this one. It's tough. There's no two ways about it. And right in saying as well, we've got Germany got a pretty interesting coach, bit of a legend of the game, Speedy. He obviously took that out of post Sprouts. He went into maybe even a semi-early retirement. He was really like 27 or 28 or something like that when he retired. But yeah, should be pretty cool. I think we have a veto for us. We've had Ancient nearly all the way through. It gets banned.
It's banned. Ancient is banned. Praise the Lord. We got a new map. Unfortunately, it's Mirage.
I was going to say.
So it's like, this is the most bittersweet veto I've seen, but I'm just thankful it's not Ancient again, because as much as I love it, it's my highest win rate on Face It. It's a great map to play. I just don't want to keep seeing it because it's been every single map except for one. We had one game that wasn't Ancient, and it was Mirage.
There we go. So, hey, we're keeping up to the trend here, but it ain't Ancient, it's Mirage. I'm honestly just kind of glad to see a little bit of variation with Ancient. We've just had so much of it. At least when I was doing some of the other tournaments, it was Ancient or Anubis, and it would quite a 50-50 between the both of them. We're pretty hard.
There's been a few Anubises off stream, like some of the other games that have got on a bit on Anubis, but sadly we've not had those.
I'm just waiting for the nuke. But I feel like nuke's never going to come through in a best of one. Best of threes, I feel like you'll see it. But unfortunately for now, not to be. It's just such a pugger's paradise right now, I think, for Ancient. So a lot of teams who don't know what maybe the team structure's looking like. I think it's a comfortable way to work around it. I'm enjoying the Mirage. I think it should be good. This should really lend quite handily as well towards the raw individuals. I'm looking at the likes of Anna and Melly to be able to just showcase just how good they are on an individual basis. Mirage is a map, you never see anything new on it these days. It's the most kind of bread and butter map there is going. It's so standard, but because of that, a lot of it comes down to just raw head-to-head duels, and that's where those sort of players can really showcase their prowess.
To see, Anna having a bit of a field day. I don't know how Germany are going to be able to respond to that. I think that's going to be the big issue because their AWPer, it's just not going to be on the same level as Anna. There's just not a comparison there. Even kind of the known names that are on this team. I mean, they're all riflers, to my knowledge. I don't think we'll see the AWP in any of those hands. So, they'll be able to provide something. But I think when you just look at these two teams, when you look at the individuals, all signs point to Romania. But again, Germany have had this great event so far. So, if they upset against Romania, they top the group. And that would be an insane situation because you look at Romania and you thought they're the team that's going to do it. You look at Belgium, you think, okay, they're maybe the upset provider. Germany was not kind of on my list as being that team. In fact, I mean, Spain, throw them into the equation. That's a really stacked team too, who have been actually struggling a little bit here. So it's been a lot of surprises, and maybe they'll surprise us here.
It's true. And Spain did beat Romania as well, 13-11. So that was an interesting one. We see, maybe through a bit of a span of the works. I feel like at least this individual matchup here is the battle for first place in this group. Whoever wins this, I think you probably should be fine. This is, for both of them, the hardest opponent. The rest of them should be doable. Iceland, unfortunately, feels like a bit of a given in that sense. Spain, 1 win, 1 loss. And Belgium, similar sort of vibe for them, whereas 1 win, 2 losses. Either way, we are live. We're on the way. We're heading towards Mirage. It's nice to see a new map for the day. We had a lot of Ancient. We get to see Mirage, and it's Romania starting on that T side. Germany starting on the CT side in one of the last few best of ones for the day.
Far through the underpass. Getting full control of middle early and has been gifted the PT50. Makes sense. And they're going to burst through their own smoke in jungle. This is pretty fun. This is pretty funky, but it doesn't quite work out for them with the CT setup. They have the perfect crossfire to deal with this. Everyone falls. Lena's left alone. It's an interesting, novel approach to the pistol, but it completely backfires.
Yeah, a little bit of a around the world type vibe where you got a bit of contact being played in through that ramp, but you're trying to flood out from jungle, but they just get isolated. Lita, nice shots, and in doing so, a 1-0 start for Germany, a very clean one at that, and Romania no bomb plant, there's no buy here, simply put, should be a standard 2-0 start. So Germany, this is exactly how it should be, and normally, I don't know, usually when I look at Mirage, I think on the CT side, you need bare minimum 7 rounds. Anything less, I do think you can be a little bit problematic at times.
Yeah, it's a fair number. But anything's possible if you believe, Neo.
Yeah, of course.
Think about this.
Power of friendship and all that.
Yeah. When Anna's your friend, it's a good friend to have on the server.
It's like England winning the Euros. Anything is possible.
Yeah, I think that's a true point prover. MP9 at long range. That's nice control. Oh, even gets herself a third. Chloe. Doing it all. That round's pretty easy. It's almost the same strategy, but with a little less pace. And it meets the same result.
Well, 2-0. Nice and simple. Nice and easy. That one may be a little bit of a throwaway for Romania because it just wasn't really too much of an investment. You're looking for a bomb plant, maybe overwhelm somebody and get a gun to give yourself a chance, but good work with the MP9. Good kill bonus too, which is something we're never going to complain about. It's good money to have long term. AWP will come in play. Interesting. AWP coming out, but surrounded by a triple MP9. Sometimes teams actually prefer to go for a rifle here with util. Though, bit of a bold call. See if it pays off. And at least for the first 2 MP9s are dead already.
There we go. Romania get a good start to the round. 2 clean kills from Lena on the entries. Chloe brought down very low with that MP9. This bonus round, not looking great for the CTs. You know, with that AWP and a good line, Melly almost gets caught. Maybe she'll be the one with the net. Casting it wide. That's a bit wild, but gets the headshot. If you can remove this orb, that's actually a nightmare scenario for Germany. And that nightmare might be a reality, as the orb is the only thing left, and Melly heard it fired off. So if you're Romania, you get that bomb down, and then you just move as a unit to hunt.
So bomb goes down. And then what do we do? How is this orb going to stay alive? And surely, I think you call to hunt here. You have to. It's an orb. It's so worthwhile. You're so close anyway. Oh, the second though will convert. Did a decent job of keeping this alive. At the very least, finds a second, maybe a third as well. Gets tagged. Rainer is so low. And now being pincered in from both sides. Surviving this is nigh on impossible, and it will be the case. Romania. That's a good first gun round. A couple of casualties, but they're only exit casualties, so it's nothing really too problematic. And a good way to find that first. And they get the AWP as well, just to make matters probably even a little bit more scary over towards Germany now. Not only are Romania cooking on the first full buy, but now Anna's got an AWP.
Yeah, that's definitely worth the hunt, losing 2 players. They went into that round with 5 AKs and like 2 pieces of utility. Doesn't matter. You do the job. So this one kind of sucks for Germany, as you've got to move AWP to a USP, hoping to pick up a rifle of one of your teammates. If they fall a crunch in the middle, the flashbang's good. And their kills are even better. Lolita gets a double. Melissa with a fast trade. Melissa? Melly. Spike gets one back. So the advantage for Germany for a moment. Melly's spray a little off the mark. But Anna hits one through the smoke. And with Melly and Anna in the post plant 2-on-2, you do favor them, but with Melly so low, this could get out of hand. The USP might not matter if you're going up against the AWP. Melly does get the trade. A 1v1, Lolita last spotted towards jungle. The time has passed, and the reposition from Melly. Here's Lolita ready, able to adjust, and so Germany will bite back immediately.
Okay, that is not a bad one as well. I mean, that USPS never should be getting away with that kill, but it's a buy right back in for Germany, and I like the way they approach it. They know that the guns are good towards Romania. They know they got the AWP in play, and they just don't give them space to work with. It's as simple as that. They give them no room to get any sort of coverage, and with Melly so low in that last fight, it's never going to happen, is it? So Germany reclaim that 2-round lead, and Romania slightly back to the drawing board for them. Hero AK buy, and that's really all they've got to work with. A few upgraded pistols. Even util is scarce. Germany, this is a super solid start. You can see why they've been doing so well in the group so far. 2 games, 2 wins, but both of those games weren't maybe against the hardest teams. It was against Iceland and Belgium. This was the first test, and my God, they're looking good. Nice shot again.
I called him Melissa because it appeared in the kill feed. But actually, no, we're just placed like that. Me and Melissa. Told you she hates me because I.
Yeah, you bet against me.
So we're gonna lose their games.
I guess doing it every single time. Eventually, you kind of just got to say the "I told you so." I guess you were technically right overall.
That's true, but well, technically right doesn't always feel the rightest. Feel for Lena, run down. Like Anna's got herself an AK. Still a chance to do something in this round, but Chloe's really doing a lot on this A bomb side. It feels like whenever they come towards her, she's good for the multi. Flashbang is perfect from Spike. Sets her up, gets herself an AK. They hold fine against these upgraded pistols. This started with a really nice little shot onto Melly as she got aggressive in B. That's a difficult one to hit with the AWP. You miss it, you're done for.
Sure. I actually really like the way Germany are playing off each other. Even that small thing kind of mentioned that, the pop flash over site itself to let the under palace player swing. It's small things like that where for Germany, you can see they've obviously put a lot of work in towards this. Things are going well. They're playing super solidly off each other. Romania feeling a bit of that pressure, but then inevitable. Anna steps up for an opening kill. That all great shot.
Yeah, for how good Romania is going to be Anna's on the other side. So, yeah, you don't want to give her too many opportunities. Add-ons will just spam Lolita through that smoke. You have spotted this AWP in short. There's a chance on the swing. Flick down doesn't quite connect, so Ali will get to live to fight another day. There's aggression from Romania all across the board. Chloe's been great on this A bomb site. So now she has to step up against 4 Ts that are pouncing on her position. This smoke, the only thing keeping her in this. She will stand tall for one. Anna takes down one of her teammates. And with smoke fading, Chloe has to fall backwards. The bomb's just going to go elsewhere.
It's true. Chloe might get a chance at another, but no. Falling away, Ratha's not going to peek out from jungle. Chloe going to continue making a move. The big one is maybe whether Ali can catch anybody in rotation. I don't think it's going to be the case. The swing will gift Ratons the kill, and that should be the round as well. A double for Anna, a double for Ratons. This one is done and dusted. Anna opened it, basically closes it as well by finding that kill towards the site, and just like that, we look at now Romania back in towards their winning ways, and maybe potentially a little bit of an awkward thing where so Lolita and Reina are going to require drops here. Ali can drop one over, but then somebody's got to take a hit and maybe a little bit of a lesser buy. I'm assuming we'll see just like a Farmaster on MP9. It still can be a full buyout for Germany. They might have to approach it a little bit differently where they can't take these sort of direct heads-up aim duels. And they also need to figure out a way not to feed Anna. If Anna gets going, which she already sort of feels like she is, though, that round was pretty crisp. That's when things get particularly very scary. Nice first shot. The second was just at the bottom of the connector as well, I'm pretty sure. And oh, actually, probably should have been punished there in all fairness, but doesn't make too much of a difference. There will be a buy of some regard. Does require, yeah, double MP9 to round it out. They do get Utah, which is the important thing for Germany. Like I said, though, they have to maybe approach this one a little bit differently. You could actually go even more aggressive if you want to. Get the MP9s up in your face, but inherently, it's super risky.
And has gone for the B spawn with the AWP. And there will be aggressive posturing with a bait setup. And it's going to molly. And, well, actually, it doesn't matter because Melly up short finds the kill onto Spike and the second. So Anna, not even needed, will plant that bomb. They got all that space in middle because of that 2-player setup on B. And so they were just able to stroll in.
You just got to call it. Keep on what you got. And sadly, it is the 2 more premium guns that do fall early for Germany. So you're saving 2 MP9s, which feels, in your mind, you're saying, like, why? But it's better than nothing. And that's the way Germany got to approach this. They look for something at the end. The MP9 also gets caught, leaving just 2 left alive. Romania, very, very quick round. They found a weakness towards B that last round. They expose it once again here. Looking via ladder. Didn't spot anything. Chloe will save, and yeah, that'll be fine. 4-3 now. And a very good chance for Romania to tie this game up here. They know that the bye should be a little woeful over towards that German roster, that CT sides. Economy is going to be in a pretty frail state here. So we're not expecting maybe fireworks and potentially even a bit of a gamble stack as well. I wouldn't mind seeing a little bit more presence towards B early round. If Romania keeps seeing it as a weakness, they're probably going to keep, pushing the package until it eventually doesn't work.
Yeah, I felt like Germany were trying to respond to that, but the lack of presence in short ended up being a big issue, or at least like someone able to spot from connector and prevent Melly from scaling. Good to see the confidence. Like Melly, when she goes for these fights, like we saw then that double kill she gets. That's not tapping or burst firing. She was just full committing to each of those, and it's just so fast. Really nothing you can do. Solid mechanics. Some interesting results we've had today, Neil. We haven't really touched on all of the outcomes outside of what we've seen, but Portugal beat Denmark 13-8, and Turkey beat Bulgaria 16-13.
Do you know, this puts Denmark under a bit of pressure. They're now joint for points with Norway in Group C, the group of death. There's a world, there's a little world. I'm looking through some of these scorelines now, and there is a genuine world in which Norway, but depending on round difference, could actually beat them to that.
Well, Denmark beat Norway already.
Yeah.
So I think in the head-to-head, they come out, but that means Denmark do have to win. Aggression in middle does actually get a kill. Lena was by herself, and might not matter in the 5-on-4 because even though you've recovered that rifle and you've still got some weapons around it, bomb is planted, you don't have the kit, you don't... Well, sorry, they do have the kit. They don't have the util. The positioning is funky. Got 4 players in CT pushing forward as a pack, and well, maybe that would just overwhelm Lolita. Doesn't even have armor, but she's got the AK, and she's doing the Lord's work with it. Anna, fast flick. Melly gets hers. Anna a second. Anna a third. It's all Anna, baby.
Oh my god, so crisp from Anna. That is ridiculous. Those last 2 shots in particular, with the third in the entire sequence, the isolating fights, they just cannot seem to find a way to stop her in that one. And it started okay. You know, this sort of pack mentality in towards CT is really not bad at all. But Anna, these flicks are lightning fast, and that is exactly what you want to see. That level of AWPing on the T side, no less, as well, which is very difficult. Mirage T side AWPing can be really hard to get going. You have to really make your own sort of fortune in a sense, where you're always going to be peppered with util and smokes. You have to really play a little bit more of a looser shotgun AWPing style, and that's something which plays in towards Anna so well.
She loves a close plant. Melly loves an opening kill. Get that one every day. I'm not even sure. I guess Spike was going to come through short, and Lolita was going to watch underpass. That was like part of a common setup, but it was missing the second half. I think a flashbang was delayed. Spike under pressure, has support next to her, but that support falls. Melly is so sharp. What can you even do when she charges in? At least that's one, but the Tech-9 quick on the tray. Chloe, who has been doing wonders on A, has been completely circumnavigated. Oh, she's in a tricky spot where even retreating is going to be hard. Do you really want to give this a go?
Yeah.
After Anna jumps over. Okay, hold on. She gets one back. But yeah, Anna lying in wait. Doesn't miss those.
So quick. So quick. Some of these shots from Anna. Even, you know, the first that she found, that second as well is sort of gifted. Germany, it felt like they had a decent game plan there where they're playing one anti in towards mid, but then there's support. So they just get caught off guard back turn. And that's one of those where you need to have a bit of a window presence or a short player to hold for that particular swing. Doesn't happen. So Melly gets one for free, and then they can once again start to find this space up via Cat. And that seems to be the big thing for me, is Germany are constantly getting short control, and it's something that, I mean, Romania are constantly getting short control, and Germany need to find a way to stop it. It's probably for me priority number 1 right now, because that's why they continue to go over towards B. If you get mid to short, you can start to make it so difficult to even be able to hold down that side. Too many angles to hold. And Germany being caught off guard. This time, we've got a triple stack via A that are relatively spaced out, and then 2 towards B grouped up. Melly moving forward. Gets gifted the first.
Every spray is a headshot. Okay, that one's not. All right, well.
Cursed it.
Does the job anyway.
Sure.
Love an AK taking the next round, but Romania are relentless. They're not mucking around. Clean kills. Double for Athons, who just been silently chugging along. Romania find themselves with a 2-round lead. We will get the AWP back out for the CT side, so we'll see if maybe she can get involved with that one, because not really had a chance. So we've had 2 rounds of that AWP that one had a nice opening kill on B, and the other just didn't even get to fire it really until she was hunted at the end. Yeah. Maybe this will be the round.
This isn't a bad spot we put ourselves in. If you're Romania, 6 rounds T side already. Isn't too shabby. I said normally you want to get at least 7 on that CT side. The fact that Germany, the best they can do is 6 is a little bit concerning, but if you get towards 6, it's workable. Pistol, but it's fine. That T side can once again get rolling. Anything less, though, and that's where things do get particularly uncomfortable. That's a nice find through the smoke, just spraying off the back of the flash. Another opener gifted away Romania.
Double setup in short, looking to hold for this aggression the Romania have shown consistently. They take the fight to them. It's 1 kill, but that's all it is. Melissa, again, I read the feed instead of her name. Why can't you just call yourself Melly in game? Good lord, Melly. So, you know, we don't just read off the kill feed, but Little hint behind the scenes. When these multi-kills happen, you need to check who got them. That's the easiest way to do it. Sometimes your brain is slower than your mouth, which is, I think, often the curse of the caster. So maybe your brain works. Mine's slowly.
Mine doesn't really. Just
slowly degrading over time.
I'm getting old these days. What can I say? 6-4, going to be turn 7. They might actually get one more on the hunt here. They've probably got the right idea. Everyone looks towards Palace. It's a pretty common save spot. It's just a difficult one to crack open. I think the main thing is if this AWP stays alive for Germany, they'll be fine. Oh, missed shot. Baited in. Second time of asking. Ellie dropping in through as well. She might get one. She does. Oh, the AWP is trying to stay alive, and it won't. The AWP doesn't stay alive, and they don't have time to go pick it up. So they technically could buy it, is the thing here. Chloe has 4.8k, so it could be bought and dropped over, which is fine, but it does mean in doing so, they have to take a big hit with utility, something that makes retakes all the more difficult, even the early part of these rounds to deny control coming through. 7, though, for Romania. This is a super solid C-side. Just the names on this team are just looking brilliant right now. And it's not always the big names as well. There's been a really good couple of moments coming through from Ratons in particular. Good isolation of fights. The CT side go 1-for-1, but the trade is good. So much damage, but the numbers are better for Romania.
Oh, she's going to feel like she really could have got that multi. It was so close. And then Melly charges into A, wins her fight with ease. Bomb tap not committed. There's a nice kill onto Melly. A 2v3. Germany have to go for this one. 2 players limping, and Anna's the one with the health, and she's got the AWP. But honestly, if it was a 1v2, I'd still favor Romania. It might end up just being Anna that does the lion's share. She's on the line, hits hers, and the second from Anna in the post plant. She does not miss. An 8-4 half from Romania.
This is, yeah, man, it is so good. Romania, I think at 8-4, it once again comes down to if you get a pistol out here, I think they should be fine. Just how crisp they're looking. The playstyle's a little bit looser in some senses, but why not? Because it's working. They know that they can rely off the individuals. Like, you know, Melly's having a really solid game, 13-7 right now. There's no point, right? Continue doing what she's doing, which was cracking open sights. She found a lot of mileage towards A, sometimes at a quick tempo. Other times, this lurk that would come out of ramp will continuously catch people in a rotation, especially if any sort of util came in towards mid. Great work from the rifler coming through. Romania 8-4. You find a pistol here, you can maybe go all the way up towards 10 rounds before the next buy comes through from Germany. And at that point, it could potentially spell the beginning of the end. At least of hard time. Bit of a chance for a conversation. Speedy get on the mic as well, and some words of wisdom and the rest. But this is a tough spot. Romania are looking super clean, and I don't see too much changing right now.
Cruise control for Romania. Germany was starting this one with Lolita, I think, selling a fake on A. Perhaps. She's lined herself up for a smoke. The flashbangs as well. Spike's got like the Doom guy view model where it's in like the middle of the screen. Middle. I hate it.
Same.
It's like my least favorite view model. So the bird from Skyrock's this as well. It's atrocious.
Do you know what? A lot of the Danish players rock it. TMB plays it as well. I think A-Core as well. There's a few of them who play it from Denmark. I don't know what it is, but they all love it.
Well, Chloe gets the opener, and that's going to give them the space on to beat. Unplanted. 4 versus 4. Chloe has a powerful position. The post plant, Ali as well, getting multiple kills, almost the third. And it leaves it onto Melly, but it's Melly. So maybe there's a chance the Grush doesn't make it easy for her. She picks up the kit. Getting the kills is going to be the tricky bit. They just need to sit back. She has to come to them, try and find them. And yeah, they're playing this perfectly. The lead is there to close, and Germany get the pistol.
Wow. They needed it. Absolutely A pistol taken like that was going to give them a lot to work with now. They've got the confidence to buy in towards this next. Even if a force buy comes through from Romania as well, they still should expect to have considerably better firepower. And in doing so, that could be the difference maker. I wouldn't actually want to see a force buy here. For Romania, you'd be more than happy to give up a sixth if it means that you go in towards your first gun round and be able to compete against what is primarily going to be SMGs and low-end rifles. That's exactly what it is for Germany. So, they're making a move. 4 out of 5 push top mid. And Germany are expecting this. So they're just going to pump the brakes and tuck in towards a corner and bait in these fights.
Yeah, send the MAC-10 to take point. No, they spotted this. Like they saw players going back and forth. I don't know if they actually saw Luta tuck into that corner. So I don't know Luta. Lena in that corner. Luta's holding. So Spike might not clear it, and that could be a kill with the USB. In fact, I think it's about to be. Ah, go back. There it is. And because Spike left, it's a free Galil.
Right, we'll take that. Still, no one's towards B. That's the one thing that is a little concerning, that even though Germany have lost at rifle, it's one of those where I'm not really expecting anything to change in the outcome. Germany's taking this very slow, though. They are so nervous of that gamble.
You've just seen a USP, though. Like, I think you're playing this way too slow, and it's allowed this rotation to come. And no matter though. Spike gets the kill. And another one. And another one. So it's all good. She gets a quad kill with the MAC-10. So in the end, patience rewarded.
It's one of those where when you're watching it, it feels, all you want them to do is just fight. But I guess it's with hindsight and the rest. But yeah, you've seen a pistol and you've not made a move on the back of it. I think the mindset is probably just going to be, let's just see whether the gamble stacking or something. Let's not fall flat. Let's not lose too many guns and make it too expensive. The main thing is that Romania now come back in towards a full investment of their own. Rifles out, util, all of the rest. And this is where they've got to once again put the pressure back on towards Germany. This is a bonus round for Germany, and one of which could still be scary because they're barreling towards A.
Yeah, Romania's going to take mid control. All 5 CTs converge on middle. That's fairly unusual for such a commitment. But Melly does catch one as they blow those smokes open. Anna in CT. This is a critical fight because the T's get deep control. They can set up in that post plant. And they will remove Anna. Now, fighting forward, they just go for it. They charge in, wanting to take full control, and they are bowled over. Chloe can't do anything from that position. Germany felt like they'd done everything. They get the kill on Anna. They can then scale. They do everything right. Maybe there's just a missing flashbang, that missing extra piece that would have allowed that.
That's ridiculous. Fair play. Fair play indeed. It's a bold call, though, to swing in that post bomb when you're on the T side.
With 3 players, though, you think it's just going to work.
Yeah. It's a confidence thing. They're trying to get proactive. I don't hate the idea behind it because you've got lesser weaponry. You're hoping that maybe they're a little bit closer as well, so the MAC-10 is potentially scary. But Romania play that quite slowly, which is such a good thing. They just give themselves a lot of time to work with. They know they have a kit as well, so it's fine. And in their favor, it works. I mean, Germany tried to catch them off guard. Romania were aware from it. Maybe not aware for 3, but didn't matter. The execution was perfect. So back to winning ways, Romania. No matter how this game has gone, the one thing we are certain of is the mechanics over towards Romania are crisp as hell, and that's a good indicator of them.
And Germany still end up with a really good buy. They've got an AWP in play. Somewhat surprising. Last time they brought an AWP earlier, it ended up in the hands of Anna, though. That is the double-edged sword of being the first to reveal the sniper. A lot slower. But mid-control, the aim of the game for Germany. So they'll creep out. Romania flashed forward for a peek. Lena has a look. She's going to continue to push forward. How's the ward from Melly on catwalk?
Ooh. This is big, right? The molly is confirming one. Just keep holding. Lena should get a kill here for free. just keep holding this position, as weird as it feels, because you've got the support from shore. Why not? But I say that the AWP gets one, doesn't get a second. Double comes through for the rifle. That keeps this round competitive. And look at the time, too.
Necessary. Alexa, gonna be hearing them coming. Good flashbang again. Support her, and a double from Alexa on the side hold. Spike has a 1 versus 3. First is hers, and knows a player close by. Time is going to be an issue. Tap on the bomb, hoping for the swing, and it's given to her. But now the commitment, and it's from short that Raton's come. The gamble had to be made from Spike. She plants open, and she is punished. That one comes down to the wire.
It does. It really took a long time for Germany to actually make a move in that round. I mean, we basically kind of wasted about a minute off the clock with no real decision being made. They were holding for fights to come their way, and Romania just don't give it to them. I got to give a lot of credit. The discipline out for Romania is super solid. Every single time that they're forced to pump the brakes a little bit or wait to see what the idea or the move is from Germany, they're always ready, aware. I think they understand this is how Germany are trying to play this. Slowing down the tempo massively, trying to catch them off guard, and it just isn't working. Simple as that. Good work. They went for a quicker play towards apartments and probably would have been heard at least a couple. And a couple of Molotovs will come down just to keep them at bay. Now, Alexa, go 2 for 1 here. You're probably okay.
Okay, Alexa. Play frag. Nope, just one. But the support arrives. And the support does the job. So it doesn't matter that they're able to get through with the 1v1. There's enough players on call to slide in and support.
Yeah, this is good. This is good. It already starts to feel like we're getting towards the beginning of the end in this one. Romania just looked too damn clean. 11-6. And potentially the final buyout here for Germany as well. Failed to find this one, and it's probably wraps, in all fairness, where the money is once again in a unstable spot if you aren't able to get a bomb plant. That has to be priority number one. Bomb plant keeps them alive financially, but at this point we're already getting to the point where silver linings aren't even a conversation point. It has to be rounds on the board. Better late than never for Germany. They still could win this in regulation, but we need to be flawless from here on out, and that in itself feels like a bit of a mammoth ask.
Gonna be trying out A again. Lena lets them through. Actually, maybe she doesn't. Ratons, Melly, Lena all stepping in for a kill, and Melly continues pushing forward, hoping for some more. Spike is just sitting in a smoke. It's a little cheeky. Definitely unknown in that position. Ooh, that's a big kill. Gives an opportunity back into this round. It all relies on what Spike can get happening. Strong kill. It's into the 2-on-2 from a 2-on-4. How do you get past this off of Anna? The answer is you do, but it costs you 1, and that's enough. Alexa, with 12 HP, secures map point for Romania.
And another round where it comes down to the wire, but still no bomb out for Germany. And it means that Romania should be able to see this off now. They've got the funds in the long term to work with. Germany, they can come back into a buy, but it's going to be a bit of an awkward one, maybe bar Reina. But yeah, I mean, you can already see how the hit's been taken. An AK comes through, double Galil, Tech 9 on the Mach 10. Uncomfortable for what is potentially the final round of this game, as Romania have just looked so clean all the way through. That first half was brilliant, where Germany's CT side just couldn't seem to make a dent, and the T side arguably has been even a little bit worse off. Tough spot that they're in currently. Now or never. And on a lower buy, something unorthodox might be the way.
Anna takes a shot, gets a bit of information on the cross. From lowers. What's the response? Anna's just going to slip back in. That's an ambitious shot. Just lets them know. You want to come into window? You're going to have to fight through me first.
Okay. 4v3. Numbers are good for Germany. An upgrade collected too. I like this move from Lena. Doesn't actually need to overextend it. Just holding Palace alone is massive. It could even allow the bomb going down in particular. And then another rotating over as Ratons felt like had the right idea about sticking towards A. Not committed either way. Seems to be holding for a jump up in towards window. But this position here from Lena is probably the make or break. As long as she doesn't fall Oh, no. That has to be a confirmed kill. And the fact that it isn't is damning. AK scooped up as well, 20 seconds.
Yeah, Lena's playing the wildest angle where she's just relying on her flick, basically. It's like, okay, if they come from the left, I gotta flick. They come from the right, I gotta flick. Works out for a moment, but now they know she can only approach from 2 different angles. And there's the one that she comes from, gets her kill, but traded immediately. Anna has the pull off the retake. If there's a player you wanted in this position, it is her. With an isolated fight. Oh, the first one almost hers with the pistol, but Chloe commits to the fight forward with that Mac 10. So won't allow the clutch today. Germany stay in the game.
Just about. A little bit more orthodox, like we said, and it worked. I think in that instance, a couple of over fights come through from Romania. It's costly. It's a wild position to be holding, it has to be said, in towards Palace, and it works. So I actually really cannot complain. I'm going to say the benefit of 69 over 4x3 in that instance, but it's still a long road to recovery for Germany. The one positive thing, though, is the money is a little shot over towards Romania. They are actually going to force buy-in towards this one. And forcing doesn't bring a lot. We got a few pistols, and that's really it. Germany, they could get up towards a 12-9 scoreline if they win this one, breaking the economy in towards the next, which gifts them an 8. So this is a semi-okay position that they're in. It's recoverable, is the way I'll put it.
Definitely. Especially the force buy. Yeah, this can very quickly just go from 5 rounds to 3 rounds between them. Giving extra money for a future ult for Anna, you can see. Germany just need to take their time and not trip over their feet here. Can get a little funky if you allow some pushes. Head spotted. Chloe on cleanup. Top of the server, actually, for Germany. Not that far behind Melly, who it feels like has had a lot more flashy kills, but Chloe's side holds early in that first half. Definitely did a lot for Germany. In fact, all their CT rounds were almost off the back of her.
It's true. 5-7 at close range. I'm never going to count out. Not that this round really feels like it's a starter at all. But sometimes you can't get out a 5-7 in the right hands. And basically, whatever gun Anna's holding is normally the correct one. She could do a lot of damage here. She's going to get a decent gap. Bomb will go down. Looking for a second. Can't quite convert it, though.
A lot of damage. Chloe, though, collects her too, and it's all good. You can see how that could get away if Anna gets that double cleanly, which is always going to be difficult from that position with the 5-7. That could have caused enough chaos. The quad kill from Chloe keeps things under control. That's ridiculous.
Look where we are, though. Force buy doesn't convert. This one's a bit of a throwaway. 4-round game going to be turn 3. It's not the most outlandish thing to discuss the potential about Germany getting back into this. Romania actually do need to be careful. They haven't really got a lot of full buys before things go awry. Oh my god. Ali will actually only go for 1 there. That's a little bit of a blunder.
Yeah, but at least it's information. They can just enter onto the A-bomb site. Ratons. Oh, yeah, silence USP actually really helps her out, and now they can get flustered. They needed to get that kill cleanly into the site, because now you have to enter with CTs arriving. Ratons with the recovered AK as well. Definitely get out of control, and this would just be a crushing way for it to end. This comeback attempt from Germany. They've lost another player.
Oh no.
2-on-3. This might just fall apart. Raton's on the line, hits hers. Oh, the crumbles. Romania eco them to end it. It's brutal, but it's Romania who have been on the warpath.
That's just insult to injury, isn't it? A real salt in the wound type stuff. To get eco'd at the end, I think Ali needed to get bare minimum 2 there. The 2-player swinging on that had to fall. Yes, if you get traded by apartments after that, it's whatever, but Honestly, kind of well played in that final round, but in general by Romania. The first half, super solid, 8-4 up. I mean, they really looked so clean. And it continued in towards the second. There was no real let up. And the problem for Germany is, for the most part, in the bulk of the gun rounds onwards, Germany were always playing catch up. And that's the thing that I think lost on that one. It did have maybe a little bit of a quicker start, where it was in the gun rounds themselves, finding a bit of success coming through and starting to really put the pressure on Romania. There might have been a chance there. But bar those first few rounds, it quite quickly and rapidly went in favor of the Romanian side, because, hey, those individuals looked crisp. Melly was clean as all hell. Anna in post blance is unstoppable. That's what we want to see.
Yeah, it was very punchy from Romania. It looked really good from Germany at the start too, when they were up 4-1. We could see kind of how it transpired. They get the first 2 rounds, they lose that gun round, fight back immediately, and you think, okay, Germany have got something to say, but then they just couldn't get back on their feet on that CT side. They obviously get the pistol on the T side, and it's a similar situation where they can get off to these strong starts, but it was just building on it when it came down to the pure gun rounds. Romania, honestly, if they'd been able to get any pistol, it would have been a much more convincing win. But regardless, it's a win, and off the back of it, that means that they will be topping their group. I don't think there's a situation where they end up not top.
I think you're spot on. This is now Romania top of the group. For Germany, the good thing is, because of their relatively decent start yesterday, they had 2 wins yesterday before coming in towards today against this game. They still should make it out, but they might have to fight for that second spot. I mean, it's between them and Spain currently, which I think is the big one. Of course, Belgium find themselves a couple of points behind as well, but and obviously Germany and Spain are yet to play as well. So that's going to be a pretty important game too. Winner of Germany, Spain probably is the one who goes towards the upper bracket rather than the lower bracket. I don't know if they're going to be worried about potentially finishing outside, however, of that top 3. So there's maybe that saving grace.
Happen because Belgium could potentially come through at the end. I think it can still happen because Belgium, they must have.
They've got Iceland.
They have Iceland. So if they beat Iceland, they'll be 2-2, which would be equal to Germany. And Belgium, did they beat Germany or did they lose?
They lost. Yeah, Germany won 16-12 in overtime.
I think that might mean that they can't get through, but maybe we'll see how it'll. But Belgium beat Spain, so
it's a real coin flip.
We'll see. It could go anyway. We'll work it out later.
Yeah, exactly that. Either way, we're gonna throw us onto a break. We got still some more Counter-Strike on your screens. Sit tight. We'll see you soon.
back, our third game of the day now. And again, we get the people's favorite team, France, will be returning to our screens with a different opponent this time around.
Yeah, they are guaranteed to make it out already. It's now a case in point of, can they get first in the group? Can they go flawless? All of these things, which are real nice positives. But for France, we saw them earlier. They look clean. There was a couple of moments where there was a few hiccups, and maybe that game a little bit closer than they would have wanted. But all that they care is that they did beat Slovakia 13-11. They got the win, and that's all that matters to them. Slovakia has been quite unfortunate as well. But, 2 13-11 losses.
Game.
Yeah, 2 13-11 losses. And the Bulgaria one as well felt kind of similar. Honestly, I felt for a large portion of that, Slovakia were kind of in control. It was just that tail end. They lost control of it, and before you know it, it's done. And the same thing sort of felt like that against France. And that actually might be the difference between them not even making it out of the groups.
Yeah, Slovakia might miss out. Like, we've got 3 teams sitting 1-3, and one of those teams is Ukraine. So Ukraine have to win this if they have any chance of making it through. We'll take a look at the lineup, and I was saying to you before we went live with this game here that it's an interesting one because Ukraine as a country has a lot of very good individuals, and not saying these players aren't, but I'm not familiar with them. So I don't really know what to expect. The results so far haven't been fantastic for this team, so that's something to go off. They did have a very close game against Czech Republic, and Czech Republic have a really strong roster, so they've definitely obviously got some good firepower, and they beat Bulgaria as well, who looked really good. So this is a team that's been doing well, but very unknown to me.
Yeah, there is some positives that you can take away from it. Obviously they started off their tournament with a win over Bulgaria, but then it has sadly gone downhill since. Losses to Slovakia 13-6, to Turkey 13-5, and as you mentioned just a little bit earlier to Czech Republic 13-11, which is close, but in best of ones in this sort of situation, it doesn't really make too much of a difference. France, you all should know most of these names at this point if you follow the scene. And of course, we caught them a little bit earlier today with their 13-11 over Slovakia. Before that, yesterday, no team was able to even get double digits against them with a 13-3 over Czech Republic, 13-9 over Bulgaria, and a 13-2 over Turkey. So they've been absolutely farming the top of the group, and I doubt anything will change.
I think the most impressive thing about this team earlier was that it was Julie that was coming through in a lot of big clutch rounds. She won the round that if they lost it probably would have cost them the game, where she denied the 1v3 from Cat. And yeah, she had a lot of high impact, which when you look at the players here, not saying Julie's not a really good player, but the players that surround her are all star players in their own right. And that's what makes this team so scary, because every individual on it has a very high ceiling.
Yes, absolutely, and got the ace as well, which is pretty cool. So we've seen an ace come through. France looking clean already. Let's take a look at the veto. We had Ancient a little bit earlier, and it just get banned out. And we are going towards one of my personal favorite maps.
This is good. Map.
This is good.
France, I love you. I love you.
So happy.
Vive
we get a new
France.
map.
No Ancient, no Mirage. We get a Nubis. We get something new now. Oh,
can I say some
tears of joy?
Based bands coming out from France here as well. Mirage, Ancient, and Dust 2.
Yes, they got rid of them.
Get rid of Mirage and Dust 2. I'm pretty happy with that. Ancient I do like, but we've already seen enough of it. So I'm all for this. That's pretty base for me. Anubis, at least for me, my second favorite map currently in the pool right now. I think it's a very fun map to watch. It's new, it's different, but it still is super exciting. Teams are still finding new ways to play it. We still haven't seen everything uncovered. I mean, even recently I've seen new ways in which people are throwing Molotovs and flashes to get themselves spaces and the rest. And this is a map which I think is really cool. So I'm glad to see this. It also lends very well towards both puggy teams and teams of massive strategic depth. You can play this in 2 different mindsets, and both work just as well.
Yeah, and I think that's going to be where France probably have a really strong advantage coming into this, because as we illuminated earlier, they're on boot camp, they've got a coach working with them, and they've been playing in tournaments outside of IESF, so they've been really putting in the grind to play as many officials and as many scrims as possible, and I think that's translating into their success in the server. I think, as you mentioned, when it comes to a map like Anubis, this is where they can do a lot of work. I particularly look towards that CT side, even though T sides are the strength, just because this is a team that I think will be able to take advantage of the aggressive moves you can make on the CT side. Yeah. Normally, I would look to Astra as being a star player on this map, but with Kaede picking up the AWP, she might be the difference maker. But I've cast Astra doing a lot of crazy things on this map before, so keep an eye on her.
Yeah, we'll see. I'm excited. I'm just excited to see a new map. keep things fresh, keep us on our toes, I guess, a little bit. T-side star going through for Ukraine. France on that CT side, and it might just be a quick play here. They are flying in towards the fights, where Molotov will slow them down briefly, and the smoke too.
Yeah, Emerald doing everything to delay this attack into A, and it's worked. Smoke does the job. They're forced back, and USP's at long range, double up in dark. Julie had pushed through mid, and she's getting a lot of information and gets herself a kill. She can just fall back off that as well. France have the advantage. Pushing up is the army. It sees Rachel. Kade's there as well. Astra peeks out B main, sees nobody. So France have a beautiful setup on B.
It's workable. Rachel kind of playing off both the crossfires here. I don't even really know where Ukraine want to go. They don't have the numbers advantage, and they don't have the information. It looks like they want to finish back in the direction of A here, and there's 2 players to meet them.
This is a great bait. Emerald should go undetected, although depends how much they recognize that she was the player that started A. I don't know if they really saw her, so probably don't. Now she can swing out, get her kill. Julie finds one as well. They're trying to push their way in, but they're not getting a single kill. Emerald and Julie lock down A.
Wow. Quick aggro when they take the fights. Ukraine slow that round down a lot, but the second France are caught up on so clean. They just make sure there's no gaps to work with, and on both sides play each other really well. There's a triple stack over towards the B side, which gets a lot of mileage at the tail end, and that is what we want to see coming through for France. We know that they have the individuals, we know that they have the synergy and the setup, especially being on boot camp and just flexing those muscles there like that, massively important. On the start for them, a buy-in for them as well. Ukraine, no bomb plant, no kills means nothing to work off here. Just a few Glocks coming in towards this one, hoping for a bomb plant. That might give them a little bit of extra money, but it's still, yeah, a tough one. A really, really solid start out from France. And that might be a sign of things to come as well. They've been a really solid side all the way throughout these groups.
Are the info's dropped over? How the players that got all the kills have MP9s. Wasn't paying full attention, but presumably that was the case. And they've taken full control. Rachel pushes out. Seeing anyone milling about, but she might meet Blither soon. We got Yami, Blither, PSF, Payot.
Yeah, that sounds all right. Yeah.
Montana, that was easy. And Valenko.
There you go. Down goes Blither. And the second as well, as Montana will be caught with the MP9. Rushing in towards the fight. Clean as. Pistol pulled out. Can't quite replicate. Through the smoke, Julie will pop out. And only the one casualty. Very cleanly done. MP9s get the kills. Money in the bank. All the positives you want to see. Ukraine will come through with a bye, however. And now for Ukraine, they absolutely have to lay down the gauntlet themselves on this T-side. They have to try and make it work. But it's a big ask. It is. I mean, for France, they seem very confident right now, and their setups in terms of how they're slowing the tempo down is something which has really been a big positive in these early couple of rounds.
And look at this immediate aggression from France. They do a deep smoke, saying take full control of B main, and Ukraine, they're just going to sit back. Let them have this space. It's a good move to make when you got the MP9s. That's fast from Astra. Just onto Yami, who was looking to catch a timing, walking through that smoke. They do punish this aggression. Julie not going to get up to anything further. 4v4. Smoke felt like it lasted forever. Okay, no, it was a redeploy. Now going to move forward. Rachel could get caught on a timing on her jiggle. Turn up. Slots one. Rachel knows she's the one catching them. Almost the double up. Astra's here to support if needed. And look and spit on B. Good timing on the Molotov. They get behind it though, and Montana gets the kill. The push forward from Emerald with that MP9 at long range. Can't get it done. And Astra, a clutch required. First is hers, but surely they can just be on their way to A. Gonna hear Astra rotating And he might even call back the bomb. Yeah, that's going to be the decision. So Astra's going to get to A, but B is where Ukraine go.
Kind of creeping through that smoke, but trying to get a little bit proactive here. And I don't hate this decision. Astra holding, might not expect one up close. Knife out as well. AK pulled out, but yeah, not expecting Montana this close. I actually like that. Despite being low on HP, it's just a little bit unorthodox, which will catch them off guard. And Ukraine make the first gun round stick for them. That's massively important. Thankfully, there's still money in reserves for France, but it's a big round to take. They've put a lot of pressure on. They've shown that they're crisp on the rifles too. That 180 is sort of ridiculous as well. And where for France, they now have to just be a little bit more careful. The AWP is coming up, though, is another main thing. And this is one of those maps which I always see as the sort of AWP's paradise.
It's a little funky. You got an XM and a 5.7 around it. So, might not matter if KD just takes the forward fight in middle. No utility to punish her on that. Normally, you will see like a window smoke or at least a Molotov to offset that aggressive play. But she gets rewarded with a kill. That's a rifle that can't be picked up at least. I see a boost. No, just lining up the Molotov. But a smoke forward will prevent IESF from taking further control. Okay, they makes a way to dark and just reposition. Ooh, it was a good line. Missed shot, and she cops a bit of flack in retaliation.
Felt like that hit for me. It looked pretty spot on. I think maybe just briefly moved, I guess, as she shot. Slow around again, though, for Ukraine. They don't know where to go with the numbers not in their favor. They're hoping that a mistake comes through for France, but they're just not giving them the fights. Especially when they do as well. They're not falling and they're making sure they don't overextend. The pot flash doesn't go as deep as they would want. It does more damage towards Rachel than it does to the entire T side.
Now you're in a powerful position to split. The flames actually causing a bit of issues for Blitter. Has to continue forward. Gets stuck behind default, and they're accelerating in. The auto shotgun from Emerald gets one. She picks up an M4, gets another. And this is still a bit funky. 2-on-2. KD and Astra fall back to allow the smoke to fade. KD spots the arm, hits the shot. And that's a nice one from Astra. France get the opening off KD, and they can close it. Ukraine look like they found a bit of a gap, but they couldn't quite get into B cleanly.
Yeah, big guns at the end, showcasing just how good they can be. Super nicely done. For a moment, it looked concerning. It really did. And I think just gladly they ought to play off each other quite well. And I think I like the way they go about it too. There's a smoke down in front of them, CT, slight gap that they can work with. They don't opt to push through it or play around it or anything of the sort. They just fall back. They actually give good respect of it towards Ukraine and wait for them to have to inevitably make a move because they are the ones who have to get that bomb down. It's well played from France at that tail end. Ukraine will get a little bit of an investment in just a few pistols. Maybe nothing too scary. It makes the HEs and the mollies all the more scary on the other side too. Without the armor, they're pretty fleshy.
Fleshy.
Fleshy beings.
Yeah. It's kind of invoking images.
Just, you know, they're vulnerable. They don't have the
yeah, no,
the Kevlar,
I get
you know
it.
what I mean?
They're all fleshy.
An XM against no armor. It's, you know, it's a match made in hell, I guess. Minute on the clock. Ukraine haven't really made the decision. Where are we going here? Where do we want to finish? What is the plan? They would love a bomb plant. It would just give them all the extra trimmings in towards the next round. I don't get it. MP9, happy to bait in fights. That's why.
A flash Emerald takes a peek, gets one. She can just stick around against these pistols. Feeling empowered to clean up house. Julie slips in against these two, locking down this side of the server. 4K for Emerald. Perfect way to utilize that single SMG they had. Couldn't have hoped for a better outcome if you're France.
Yeah, that's all you want. Take those fights with ease. Allow for the MP9s, for example, to get active too, which is great for long-term econ. All of the positives you can take. France, 3-round lead. This is the main thing that we're looking at. With this France side, well, they're being made to work for it. No two ways about it. A couple of these rounds are coming down to the wire, and especially because Ukraine are taking their sweet time about deciding where they want to finish. France is still seeing it over the line. this buffer they've got, it puts all the more pressure on these T-side rounds. That's a lovely shot with the AWP, though.
They're aggressive, but it might not matter because they've lost control of A and they can just pounce in. Might even catch this player on the lurk, but again, it would be a consolation frag, you feel. Crane have managed to breach in pretty cleanly, and that's a big kill. K-Day will get the trade. Really giving this a look in. Stepping forward, and Naomi on the line hits the shot fully blind. That's a nice one. I'm surprised K-Day even got close to giving that a look in. Yeah, the money's there, but a 2-on-4 out of position. That was always going to be a long shot.
Yeah, it kind of makes you question. You're thinking, I guess with us, it would better the hindsight of why, right? Why are we actually giving this a go? Because when you look at that, saving an open M4 there, while it feels like a defeatist attitude, is really not the worst thing in the world. You've lost the site. You can just admit to yourselves, is what it is. We didn't win our first couple of engagements. Let's just keep on what we got and go again. But now they come in with just a rifle. Like you said, thankfully they do have money. Julie can drop over, which is the main thing, and they can suffice with the buy again. They can even still pick up an AWP, so it's not the worst thing in the world. But just in terms of, again, that long-term outlook, which I always try to keep an eye on, is that necessary? Maybe not. Could have an effect later down the line, potentially, too. If you are to lose this one, for example, not only do Ukraine take another round, but they probably would be able to tie the game up, because then your economy gets shot. Bar Julie, that is. Another important round for France. Despite having a 4-2 lead, this one arguably feels like a little bit more pressure on their shoulders.
Katie with your good angle. Surely, even if she's not good for one, it baits in Emerald perfectly. So nice setup. Another opening kill for France. They're kind of positioned to split B. There's an extra player that rotates over the side. Mid has just not been part of the equation for Ukraine, which means France can put their bodies on the sites. Is spotting one out in main. Julie's looking for the fight and timing on the swing. Will spot them and gets both. Both headshots too. Great spray from Julie. That's pit them at the post. Not much to really bring this one back unless they give up a kill to this AWP that's hunting.
Holding as well. They might just keep peppering bits of util towards main. Spotted. I don't think Julie realized. Left shoulder. Betrayed her in that one. 2v4 though, still difficult. Rachel double stacked in with Astra in dark. It's such a strong position. They hold all the cards in their hand, really. Molotov back plot. All for now. Flash is a beauty, in fact, as well. Rachel gets one, and Rachel will swing for the second as well. Only the one casualty. France, survivor, potential little scare there. Thankfully, ends up being pretty damn smooth. 5-2. Ukraine, they can buy in. It's not going to be the easiest one, but they can actually buy back in. But France are in a strong position now.
Very strong. That one really felt too easy. Pretty standard setup in A main, gets the kill, and Julie just mops them up. Ukraine found success and they went fast to A. This default, I think, against a team with such strong individuals like France just isn't quite working out, especially when mid is being left vacant. I really think the Ukraine need to start taking advantage of that part of the map. At least putting pressure on to make France have to put resources there early.
Agreed. France, no, they don't have to fight it. They can sit back like this, for example, and in a worst case, which is the normal case, I think, right now for France, where because there's no pressure, you can quickly just divert your attention back on towards the site itself via camera. I mean, it's simple, it's effective, and this is the thing at the moment. And the other thing, too, is where France get free roam and real estate and all the rest to just continue taking that quick rotate coming through with ease. I mean, it's a simple spot, a simple swing. Emerald off the back of Julie's pot flash gets a double. That is nice.
And again, just going to try and push into B with the remaining players. Rachel playing around the pillar, and it's a clean double. Whether it's Julie, whether it's Rachel, doesn't matter who is there. They're able to prevent entry into B. Back 10. Goodbye. I feel like you've done this default so many rounds now for Ukraine. It's time to realize it's just not working.
Yeah,
like,
let's shake it up, shall we?
Keep doing this. You know, sending 2 players into A main, sending 2 players at the end after the A players die to B. I'm not a big lover of this.
Yes, I agree. It's one of those things. What was the quote from Einstein? The definition of insanity is in the same thing over and over again, expecting a different result. Kind of the position we're getting to right now. It's the same play in the early to mid round for Ukraine that isn't quite working, and the result remains the same. Now that France have figured out what the default is, they've got a good understanding and an idea about how to break it down. Yeah, it's concerning. Pistols in this one, not expecting heroics, to be perfectly honest. It's one of those we always say, get a bomb plant, that'd be nice. Anything else, I feel like, is nothing too grandiose. Molotov does actually give away some information to know. There's at least a couple here. A little labor, though, from Julie. Does Rachel want to stick around? She's opting for the yes angle, and she's finding fight. It's actually a team kill. Either way, same result, but a 2v2.
Yeah, AK picked up, and a swing is perfect. That's the bomb that can make its way in. Astra on a flank. Well, guess what, Nao? I said go mid, and look, it's worked. And this was just with the pistols. They managed to get through an eco. And it leaves Astra in a clutch. She doesn't even have a kit. Despite all that money in the bank, relying on the rest of the team to bring the diffuser. It might be her that ends up the loser. As the old adage goes. First kill, hers. And a chance, revealed. Montana spotted in the open. Doesn't need the kit. There's one on the floor anyway. Astra gets the clutch. The post plant a little sloppy.
Yeah, there's no need to fight there. Via heaven, there is no need. Just, buy time. I mean, obviously, she probably wouldn't have known whether she had a kit or not, and probably expected a kit the same way we did. But yeah, I don't know. That's the first fight. You're so open here, and maybe a little bit of an off angle we can talk about. If it works, we can say that's an off angle. A little bit weird, but it works. But in the end, you just can't. You either got to play for each other and off each other. So the second is contact, the other swing in and getting that insta trade, or the other way of if one falls, the other is just buying as much time as humanly possible. France going to guarantee a lead heading into the second half at the bare minimum. Julie's got the auto shotgun in mid. This is probably for me one of the strongest positions to have a shotgun at the moment. A couple of the games I did at Pro League, people were playing this angle and it worked. It was always kind of teams like Para, for example, and it always seems to work.
Yeah, I feel like it's something that, in my eyes, is popularized a lot by Someday Young. I feel like he really did it a lot on Monty. Really nice position.
Okay.
Lucky. Because that is like a peak that is just pure insanity to go with the XM. They do find success, finally. In A main, Montana, quick one onto Emerald, who gets flashed through that smoke, but the flash doesn't connect or is dodged. Astra tucks in heaven. No smoke. So she'll be given a free line of fire, and she even gets the double whiff on the AWP, and there's that XM. The Jaws theme starts to play. So it lurks in the background. Oh, she hears the player coming. She plays trigger to Saloon, waits for her to push forward, gets the kill. And Valenka has to clutch. She has a good opportunity if she goes in the K-Day. Oh, doesn't even look to her right. So K-Day, I take that one every day of the week.
Oh my. Another retake coming through, and the auto shotgun gets a kill, so that's all I care about. This flash doesn't go deep enough in towards main. For a moment, it looked potentially problematic, but Astra never should have got away with a second there. I think that's the main thing. Should have been traded immediately. Wasn't the case. And an 8-2. Ukraine, good that they get a round of that. Good that they get a bomb plant and all the rest, but still is a mammoth sort of deficit that they're in, which is already getting to the point of maybe even being unrecoverable. Even if they got towards 8-4, it might actually not be enough. This is the only map in the pool which, I guess, inherently is T-sided, and or at least feels that way. Statistics are leaning very heavily in that favor of this being the most T-sided map in the pool, and for Ukraine, they're not playing like it so far. They will get the opener, though, so that will help.
Didn't even smoke heaven there as well. That could have been a way to avoid that catastrophe. Catastrophe. Astra got the double kill from heaven. Catastrophe.
Working that one out. I like it.
Brandon would have liked it.
No, I get it. I get it.
Okay, cool. Nice kill from Rachel, but lost 2 teammates in the opening engagements and another one with the AWP. So they do, again, find success. Rachel's doing her best to try and get kills back, but she's dealt with. So Astra, low HP. A dream that's not going to become a reality. Can at least get a kill, get herself an AK, and probably save. I mean, she's got a lot of money.
Yeah, and honestly,
in fact,
these
the whole
kills
team kind of does.
These kills are so like they're so damning over towards Ukraine because they don't have a lot of money. So I actually, even if she doesn't get the round and doesn't do anything, I actually don't hate the decision to go and try and test the site itself just to see if you can get another kill. If Ukraine, for example, survive only 1 rifle, they're still going to really have a hard time truly buying. So that for me is the small thing. But either way, it's going to be a third, which is it's better than nothing.
Yeah, I would have preferred either she did what you said, which I think would have been a cool play because you can see that they're loaded. Oh, well, not super loaded. But I think the best thing to do otherwise would have been to grab that AK in the middle at least. So you've got an AK on your team, right? Especially got aimers like Rachel. You would love that weapon. Well, yeah, 3rd round on the T side. I mean, 8 is already such a massive haul of rounds on the CT side. You feel like you've pretty much won at that stage.
Sure, yeah. I think so. I mean, 8, it feels so difficult. Even if it is 8-4, it still feels so difficult to come back into.
I really like that Molotov. That was a fast way to do the Molotov that lands outside of dark. That's a really quick couple of kills. All right, hold up. Through the smoke, the AWP sings to 1 Astra. Does a lot of damage, but doesn't quite find the kill, but able to adjust onto another. Can't quite convert onto Bleeder, so they found their way in. Smoke to Temple, but not one to block off the line for Kaede. She hits the headshot through the wall. And there is a smoke now that can be deployed to allow a safe cross to avoid this AWP. But keep your eyes on Emerald, who lies in wait in Temple.
Bomb planted safe, back default. Molotov actually gonna just tickle the toes a little bit. Might force a fire here. The flash looking the wrong way. Emerald comes out and is so hard focused on back left. Got it. Should be dropped and will be. That'll see off the half. 8-4. It's an okay couple of rounds at the end. A small semi-recovery, I guess you can call it, but it still feels like a big ask. I mean, honestly, 8 rounds on the CT side is a really, really solid showing on a map, which is the most T-sided map in the pool right now. And we know just how good France are when they get going. If they get a pistol, if they get the guns out early, I don't see a world in which they stop. So Ukraine really need to find a strong second wind in towards the second half.
It warmed up towards the end. It felt like they're really starting to put those rounds together. Yeah, if you lose this pistol, good luck. That's essentially how I see it. And France are playing a very interesting one. They're all just kind of sit back, looking for their individual fights, seeing if Ukraine's going to get aggressive on any avenues. They're like holding for pushes in each of the choke points. They are going to send the smokes to B on the French side. Now we'll draw a player over. So we've got 3 at lying wait, but the lack of a plant, the lack of really anything, it's going to keep them questioning. Smoke deployed by Montana. And France not able to fight through it. They have to fall back. So now they're in an interesting position where they've drawn Ukraine the other direction. And that's worked.
I love it. The bait and switch.
You could get the bomb over still. All good.
It's been spotted. So now at least Ukraine have that confirmation. But Rachel going to find the kill. Astra, I don't actually think will be getting too much action. No, they've kind of gone the other way. Might need her over sooner rather than later. The fights go 1 for 1, and I think this round already on time alone should be enough.
Yeah, even with that kit that was in play, there was no smoke to throw onto the bomb. But they get some quick kills. There's maybe a world. Julie quickly makes that not the case. The Glock going forward. She jumps around. She's just wasting time. I thought she was going to go for the knife for a second. But not needed. Emerald confirms it. And France take the pistol.
And that could potentially start to spell maybe the beginning of the end in this one. 9-4, a 5-round lead, 4 rounds away, and a little scrappy, but all in all, a bait and switch, and the ruse is something that Ukraine just completely fall for in that one. Once that bomb goes down, it already feels like job done. Then they have the numbers, they know they have the space, and all the rest, and everything kind of just slots itself into position. So, this sort of, I mean, this one's a throwaway. Bit of a gamble stacking towards mid. The damage dealt. The Mach 10 only getting a couple. Thankfully, it's cleaned up, but maybe a little bit more expensive than Ukraine would have wanted.
France.
Sorry, yes, than France would have wanted.
But it's all good. They have so many rounds to work with that the cost matters little. We'll see all the rifles in the hands of the Ukrainians. Only one SMG just in the server. That's in Julie's paws. I say pause because her in-game nick is monkey to Julie. Monkeys don't have paws. Monkeys have hands.
Yeah. do you know the reference to that? You actually?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
I've seen the live action. Oh, she's got long arms, slapping him. Wait, she didn't even get the kill. Oh no,
it's a team kill.
A TK. Chaos in mid as well as K-Day collapses on them. There's this aggressive push out dark. But though, still gets a kill. And Emerald will trade with Montana so low. French are everywhere. Oh, not good. Not good. Julie gets the kill.
It's just carnage. Absolute chaos all the way through that. A funny round. A weird one, and might potentially start to spell the beginning of the end here in this one. I mean, they go for a fighting towards bit. Something that, in all fairness, France have actually done a really good job of, has been trying to utilize and all the rest. That controlling towards mid and then going for splits off the back of it. It's something which is working, and yeah, no complaints really about it at all. They've utilized the space created there. Of Ukraine, they are playing for overtime, so no buy here. Probably not expecting to get around. A lot of damage dealt towards the Util already. 4 points of HP to start, and a nice find by Rachel just as that smoke plumes.
Not forcing into this one means they're playing for overtime, which means they need 8 in a row. Unless, of course, these pistols can do something, but with one player falling quickly, one brought low, one at half, you don't fancy the chances. How sharp French are looking. Looking at a 12-4 scoreline before you know it.
Yeah, and thoroughly deserved as well, in all fairness, for the French side. They've really not pulled any punches all the way throughout this. Rachel finds one. Julie does take a dink, but gets the kill nonetheless. And the last is Montana. Bit of an opener prayer in a 1v5. Let's be honest, this one's not getting off the ground. Any consolation kills would be nice, but I doubt it's going to be the case. 11-4, about to turn 12, and France so close now to seeing this one off in a very, quick fashion, just showing how good this map is for them.
We know the ramifications of this. France win it. They will be topping their group, and it will mean Ukraine cannot advance to playoffs. So their elimination on the line. And 8 chances to close for the French. K-Day lets them know.
I don't hate it. I don't hate it. But yeah, this is a cool showing out from France. I think the Anubis has actually looked maybe even a little bit cleaner than the Ancient, even though they do go towards Ancient quite a lot. I actually like the way they're approaching this on that T side for France. Maybe you got to take it with a pinch of salt because Ukraine have really struggled generally, but France do look pretty good on this map. Rachel 20 kills to her name. Julie as well 15. The big names aren't really actually making the big impact, and why not? Julie will fall. There's an opener.
Nice little aggressive play. Punishes the dropout from window. And Rachel has walked through middle. So she can just split. They have no idea.
Oh.
Gets one, but still 2 players present here. This can still fall apart as they commit to B. Kane is isolated with the bomb. They found kills on all the extremities, and that's an ambitious transfer. Couldn't quite get the first one. It looked perfect for France to lock that one in after losing the opening kill, but they can't get into B. And that's a good hold.
So much damage dealt, but 100 to kill. Couldn't see them off. Ukraine stay alive, but right back into the investments for France. And that one just a little bit scrappier. I think if a double gets found here by Rachel, that round is on. But it only goes for one, and for Coyote, you know, trying to transfer. I like the ambition. It does get a little bit close. There's a fair decent amount of damage, but it's not enough. 12-5. I still feel like this one is far from recoverable. You probably see, for me at least, Ukraine up towards 10 rounds for this to be in for that conversation. However, another open run towards Julie isn't a bad way to start.
Not bad at all. It costs a little bit of health, but Rachel also very low. Ukraine giving us a little bit of fight. A hit on the cards for the T's. Rachel's just putting a bit of pressure on it, Dark, to keep these players rooted, and if she can keep 3 here, you do think the French will have all the advantage hitting on A. They're not moving. They're not rotating.
True.
They smoke this molly. I think France might almost play themselves if they decide to come back to B now.
Yeah, they might actually overcomplicate it. Rachel's so low as well. I don't think she can even afford to take a fight. Flashes are coming around that corner. They actually don't clear her. They spotted both, and one of them was the bomb too. And a Molotov down now as well. Where do we want to go? They look like they're going back towards where there's still 2 remaining.
All right, well, Rachel can just get the kill in the open. That'll work, but Glitter in the back lines. Inglyph, she needs a multi, and she gets it. Delivers with the double. And that gives Ukraine a fighting chance. Rotates on their way. It's planted for KD in Dark. There is a smoke in the hands of the army who can lock off that angle if they can get close enough to start that defuse. Kits on both players. Astra's forward. Astra's spotted, but can't quite hit the shot. You can see how close that was. Montana, 1 versus 2 for Ukraine to stay in the competition. And Astra might not even let it. Hits the shot. And France top their group completely flawless.
Beautiful, beautiful stuff coming through from France. Maybe a slight hiccup in a couple of those rounds, but all in all, very clean Counter-Strike. Very, very... I think the one thing for me is sometimes the way in which France find these rounds out of nowhere, they're so replicable. They have this brilliant plan coming in towards this. I think the benefit of playing a boot camp and all the rest, obviously paying off in dividends. The synergy and cohesion between this French side is showing evidently. And I think for Ukraine, for them, maybe a map which they don't have as many reps on. I felt like we were talking about it where the default was just something they continued to try and run. It just never seemed to find any traction, but I don't think they had a deep enough of a strat book to be able to do anything else.
Yeah, I think that was always going to be the thing. And I think if you're Ukraine, you need to play a bit more unconventional to find a way past this French team, just with all of things as they are, with French being such established names, with all of the resources they have being on boot camp at the moment. You know, all the advantages are in their kind of book. So you need to go for something a bit unconventional. And the default just wasn't cutting it. We could see like a few of these rounds where the ideas were there. The CD side in particular, I think, even if they'd started on that, we could have had a much closer game because they were actually looking pretty solid. But yeah, the lack of pistol, the lack of being able to get going on that first half was a big killer for them. So sadly for Ukraine, that does mean they can't make it through to playoffs. France topped the group, and we might even be able to call the rest of the results. Because
potentially
Slovakia versus Turkey is going on right now. That's 12-9. If Slovakia win that, they're through.
True.
Because Czech Republic just beat Bulgaria. So Czech Republic and France are through. And that means the winner of Slovakia-Turkey will be the 3rd team going through from that group. So Slovakia, 3 opportunities to do it. So they're currently 12-9 versus Turkey.
Yeah, damn. You are right. That is, yeah, that's pretty spicy. I think as well, some of the other groups are coming to a point of being near conclusion as well. But Group A, this one was always so top heavy with France, and I think they just showcased just how good they are. Brilliant work from them. It's interesting to see maybe how some of these others finish off. I mean, obviously Sweden look decent over towards Group C. They're flawless as well. Same for Poland in towards Group D. Expected. Group B is only a little bit of a competition as Romania did pick up a loss to Spain, but aside from that, it's been relatively plain sailing. So we're starting to get nearly all the groups concluded. I think it's just about actually finding out more or less who's actually being that second and third spot. Most of these groups being top heavy, we can kind of guarantee who's going to finish top at this point, but it's about who actually goes directly to the bracket, who's actually going towards the lower bracket, heading in towards the best of threes. So interesting times here, and we've got, of course, one more game to decipher basically where all of these groups are going to conclude. Yeah, interesting. I don't know there can be too many more shakeups. Potentially the only one I can think of is maybe the likes of Group B or Group C. Denmark
I think
Norway.
Group C, the current game going on is Norway versus Portugal. And if I'm not wrong, the winner of that will probably come third.
Pretty spicy.
I'm not sure. That one could come down to some tiebreakers. We'll see. If Portugal win it, then 100% they're through. But if they lose it, which they might, because it's 11-8 to Norway right now, that could open that group up. And for Group B, I think that's going to be decided by the final game, which we'll be bringing up next, Neo, because we've got Belgium, right, taking on Iceland. So I think if Belgium win that, and if Spain lose, Belgium are through.
There we
So
go.
we'll see. We'll work that out in a minute anyway. But after this break, we'll be coming back for that game. Don't go anywhere. And we're back, ready to jump into our last game of the day. And this is an all-important one now because we're now deciding the final teams to be going through to the playoffs, because Group A, Group C, both concluded. We have our top three, and why not just let you know who they are? France, Czech Republic, Slovakia. That's your Group A in order. Group C, Sweden, Portugal, Denmark. Portugal won out against Norway. They staged the comeback to win that one out, so they will lock themselves in a spot. And now we have to decide Group B.
Yeah, we've got 4 games being played simultaneously on, to finish off the day here. We've got Germany, Spain, Belarus, Serbia, Wales, Austria, and the game, of course, we're covering, which is Belgium taking on Iceland. And like you said, we have to try and figure out where these groups are going to conclude. And for the most part, they're already sort of getting there. Here, we are in towards Group B. Both these sides are towards the bottom end, and I'm not 100% sure if things could really change. For Belgium, they have got a win under their belts, which is at least, a small kind of positive to work with. But, is that going to be enough? Maybe. Go on.
Crunch the numbers. So the numbers, basically, Germany and Spain are playing, and that's going to be just as important to Belgium as this game. So if Belgium beat Iceland, that's all great. The important thing for Belgium is they beat Spain. So if Germany beats Spain, which they should be favored to do, I would say, but you never know, then Belgium go through. If Spain beat Germany, Spain go through. So Spain, fate's in their hand. Belgium rely on themselves and on Germany.
That's kind of actually insane, coming down right to the wire. That's exactly
it's
what
crazy,
we want.
Because you look at this Belgium team and you're like, how did this team not do better? But it's a tough group. So I'll give that to them. But we look at this team and we look at the individuals, and there's some real solid players here. Kicking off with Moraltis, who has had a pretty decent career in CS2 and in CSGO. Obviously, towards the tail end of last year, she was in and out a few rosters. Most recently, it's taken up IGL duties for K10 Ashes, which is a new team on the rise. And that's kind of been her first venture into IGLing. So she's also going to be calling on this team. I guess a fresh role for her. So different pieces in this puzzle, because we've got a lot more experience in this team. We've got Kelly V, who returns. And if you don't know who Kelly V is kind of like the fifth Beetle, in that she was on Nigma Galaxy before the Nigma Galaxy era. All right. So she was part of that roster before ESL Impact and before Kat came into the team, and played with Vilga for half a decade. So much experience, but kind of retired from CS, and it's good to see her back in this Belgian squad, similar to like Julie as well, right? Just a player that's returned to bring that experience. And then rounding out, we've got Kitty Cat, who people may be familiar with from various rosters over time, and then Enzi.
Yes. We got to catch this side and see what they're like. We can take a look at Iceland, and now we get to see my favorite. The go. Nutella.com is back, baby. This is what we want. See Jazzy Cakes, Lilia Thor, and Knefka to round it out. But this Iceland side, we caught them yesterday. It wasn't the greatest showing. They had a tough matchup. It's as simple as that. They were only able to get that one round, which was basically all there really was on offer against Romania. But the Romania are a tough side, so we can give them a little bit of leeway. Belgium, who are just one spot above them in the table, this one could be a little bit more doable.
Yeah, and well, yes, but Belgium, I think, is maybe not more stacked, but I think you've still got some really solid players. And for Iceland, they're going to have to have really gone back to the drawing board after that game and hopefully come forward with something a little bit more convincing, because, even though we don't have a player, I guess, of Kat's caliber on this team, ironically, given Kelly V's on it. But, you've got players like Kitten, who used to play on the Belgian team like 6-7 years ago, right? Again, one of these returning players. So, it's going to be tough. The Vito's obviously going to be very important. Ancient was where we saw Iceland play last time. And we might go there again. Maybe not. Okay, so Belgium ban it. Belgium ban Nuke and Vertigo. So that's kind of interesting, leaving Dust 2 and Anubis. I understand Anubis, but D2 is an interesting one for Belgium to leave. And I only know this because I kind of know K10's map pool, and Dust 2 is not really amongst those maps, but I suppose, the rest of the team feels very comfortable on it. It's very puggy. You can leave it in, but Iceland ban it anyway.
Gotta say as well, for Iceland, some pretty based banning here. Inferno, Dust 2, I'm a hater of both of those. Get them out. And Mirage as well gets a little stale, so I can respect that.
It's wild that Iceland banned those maps too.
I know, right? The puggy maps, the fundamentally simpler maps. It is kind of interesting. I wonder what the Anubis is going to look like coming through here for them. It's a map in which, like I said, is a map that you can pug, but you can also play this so strategically deep that if you're a side of Belgium's caliber and the quantity of reps that these girls will have under their belts, I mean, look at that, and they should have a really good understanding of how to call around this, how to play off each other pretty well. And even if you try and pug it, it can be very difficult. We actually just saw the same thing with Ukraine as well. They tried to play at times quite puggy with maybe their strats weren't as deep, and it's so difficult to get going.
Belgium's going to have a lot to show on this map. I know it's definitely one of the ones that K10 have had a few reps in the server on, so Moraltas should feel comfortable calling on it. We'll see what this team, which is filled with veteran players. I think Belgium might be, if we looked at all these teams, probably the team with the highest average age. I think Kitty Cat's like 34.
Sick. Love to see it. Continuing to compete. I can respect. Flying in towards mid. They get a lot of space here, and Iceland just could have given up to them.
Aggressive from Iceland actually out. Amen. This is a really cool response to losing mid control. You take space elsewhere. That seesaw effect. Kitten will spot them. Kitty Cat goes for the clear and pushing forward, trying to pincer. There's 4 CTs in canals. As the bomb goes down, Kanefka and Nutella both get a kill apiece. So they have all the advantage in the retake.
Might be a possibility. Just don't need to fight here if you're Belgium. Give them a bit of space. That's all that you need. First engagements are a little scrappy. Damage dealt, no kills either way. Iceland trying to play with each other, and they just get massacred. It's actually a team kill as well to really rub salt in the wound. Okay. That's BM.
2 team kills.
One of which completely, hopefully unnecessary. Oh,
she
no.
just accidentally hit the key, surely. Hit the right click or the left click. It happens
Stole
when
a
you're just
kill,
running. Sometimes you just
spear off.
swing your knife around and you shank someone.
You know, she like stole a kill or something. She's like, yeah, I'm gonna get my get back for that. Just...
I think that gives the assist to the CT. So
I think so.
that's actually a small boon. Also, it removes a flare, so armor that needs to be reinvested.
It's a funny mistake. I hope it doesn't come back to bite them anyway, but I don't think it will. Yeah, we can laugh, we can giggle. I think thankfully for Iceland, they don't have too much from a buy, and the Mac 10 gets a nice double to open things up. Simple.
Decos. Now you just do age-old classic. The Mac 10 walks into each extremity, sees what's going on, and then you can respond to it. Or you just kill everyone. That works too. 4 kills on the Mackie. Kanefka. And she deny another Mac 10 kill. No. Oh, actually, yeah. It's a USP kill.
There we go.
Unlucky.
Either way, good money in the pockets for Belgium with a couple of Mac 10 kills that they did get. So, 2-0. Iceland's first full buy, one in which really have to see this deliver a bit of success. We have to see this get super active early. I think for Belgium, if you'll have decided to, on the T side especially, really kind of run rampant, that's where I get maybe a tad concerned. They can just snowball so positively before you know it. You could be at such a wealth of a deficit. Mac 10, once again, going to fly through.
Very fast. And it works well. 2 entry kills, and that was a heavy lean towards the A side of the map. Which means that Belgium would just burst their way in. Only cost them 1 player. They're more than happy. Kitten's very forward with this Mac 10. Not going to be cleared. That's a kill for free trade. Oh, how does Kitten get away with 2? Almost 3. Celia gets dinked. The jumping cat swipes them down. Moraltas is there to lock it in if required. Celia Thor trying to navigate her way out of this, but she needs to actually get pretty far away with such little HP.
It's true.
She actually might still go down.
Ooh,
I think she's okay at this point.
Don't go closer, though.
Closer than I'm like comfortable with. Yeah, no, she's good. The walls are thick.
Yeah, it makes you a little nervy. I mean, thankfully, yeah, she's just far enough away. 3-0. Quick round. The tempo set by Belgium, that one is pretty impressive to watch. They're flying towards fights. They know with the Mac 10 they can at least go 1 for 1. Going 2 for 1 in any engagement is such a big positive for them, and they can upgrade too, which is the thing you're seeing. You know, M4's picked up alongside now 3 AKs, and I even think for the way things are playing out for now, I wouldn't even want to see Belgium on an AWP. I think at the moment, they're more than happy to take heads-up aim duels with the AKs, with the rifles, because they're working.
Nice kill from Nutella. A little aggressive.
Oh, she got rid of the .com.
I think it's only on the intros that we get the .com. For some reason, in game it's just Nutella. Sadly, no longer sponsored by Nestle. Actually, look on the in-game, the feed it's still Nutella.com on like her character models.
Yeah, maybe it just doesn't fit in the in like the kill feed. I'm not 100% sure.
This round has gotten interesting. They've found 2 kills, and the post-round positioning from Belgium isn't fantastic. But maybe they can just brawl their way out.
Ooh.
Yeah, they can. They absolutely can. Kelly V, what a collection. She's still got it.
All right, 4 out of 5, and double spray down right at the end in particular. The mini transfer is clean as hell. 4-0. And it was, honestly, there were a couple of nervy fights there, which I think Iceland, they're just sticking together. But once they get towards the site itself, a couple of them get caught Yuto in hand, and Kelly V cleans house. Beautiful, beautiful work of a little 4K, which, granted, maybe against the lesser buy, but it's still good for the confidence all the same. 6-1 for Kelly V2, which is pretty sick. Bit of a tag onto Knefka with that AWP, and should be just forced away.
Nice opener from Kitten. Gets that all. Gets the peek from Jazzy Cakes. Not so jazzy now. Maybe he just crawls forward. Shoot. There's nothing ready. Yeah. Just walks in. Hoping that with the AWP holding deep, someone wasn't crawling up. But with 2 entries on this side of the map, you're just going in. Knefka gets 1 onto Enzi as she accelerates. But now patience as the smoke lands. You can start to accelerate. Nutella does catch the lurk. So let's put it into the 3-on-3. There's a chance for Iceland in this.
There is. Absolutely. They've got to get an untraded kill. Give them space and play off each other. CT smoke should be broken up from Mother Nade. Flash comes over, catches 2, but the AWP's still holding. Kitten waiting for a chance. If they push through the smoke, they could be in trouble. A missed shot. The rifle should be able to get a kill in response. It doesn't matter. The AWP only gets 1. The rifle will see it off, and it will be Belgium who continue their winning ways. 5-0. Already pretty damning here, Lucy.
And I saw the lineup from Rouse at the end. Someone kicks off with Kitten getting that kill. And CT is just feeling a bit uncomfortable. So many positions they have to be keeping an eye on. Shu stays committed in dark, and that costs her. What is that lineup? That's beautiful from Moraltis. Who's 6-0 right now. Immortal in the server.
Okay. I'm liking what I'm seeing. I am liking what I'm seeing. Pistols grouping up for a little bit of a main play. Oh, Nutella on the pistols. Clean as. Second time now. Actually been able to get one to start things off. And a quick trade going 1-for-1. That's not bad for this low buy.
Yeah, these pistols are the rounds that they're doing the most work on. This is very split up from Belgium. Yeah, they're in trouble. This round relies on what Enzi can do because she's walked through middle. So she's got all this space, but you can see, I think it looked for a second that Lilia Full was looking in that direction, but Enzi goes undetected, able to walk in, get 1. Can she find Lilia? She can. Nice shot, nice adjustment. That's going to allow the bomb to rotate. The remaining CTs not connected with the team, but they've got AKs and they've got armor. The bomb's yet to be planted.
This is a weird round. This 2 versus 2. Enzi tagged. Might even not want to fight here. Iceland have done pretty decent to make this a chance. The bomb goes down. Kitten's AWP. Molotov. Just going to try and slow them down if they're pushing out from dark. If she just stays back plat here, she should get at the bare minimum 1. Ooh.
Enzi required to clutch. She's the one that found the opening that got them into this round. After Iceland with the pistols, they just run it down. Jazzy Cakes doesn't even give her a chance to attempt the clutch. That's a round out of nowhere for Iceland. Belgium punished.
That is a massive one to be taken. Nutella fires the first with that. I think it's the P250 that swings out from A main, and then they all just slot into place. And Iceland just play it quite puggy. They trade each other. They're grouped up. They're constantly playing this sort of buddy system, and it works. And that's something that may not be as replicable when it comes towards the gun round, because Belgium should be aware of it, but they just get caught sort of pants around their ankles in that one, completely blindsided by the possibilities. And in doing so, Iceland will get there first. The hope for maybe the first of a few more, maybe that round is a bit of a catalyst to further success, but the thing that's going to make it harder is that Belgium just buy right back in. No issues reinvesting. And in doing so, for Iceland, we just hope that they can go 2 for 2, and that will give them some coverage in the early part of this game.
Well, you got 1 for free, so you're intending to play into this round. Flash doesn't quite hit the mark, so that's a freebie. The setup, I was super uncomfortable for the CTs. I really didn't love it, but it's all good. It works for one. Kanefka just peeks on, finds hers in mid, doing a lot of work and might not be done yet. She is. Kitty Cat will get the refrag. Moraltis does catch one as well, so a chance for Belgium, who were down such a deficit, to crawl back what is essentially a 2v5 gone 2v3.
Okay, Jazzy Cake's holding from dark. Might get a chance to deny a bomb here. Moraltis looking. Pulls off the angle, stops holding. The Molotov is aptly timed and it might spread. No, it hasn't. Jazzy Cake's in the corner. Will actually avoid the flames. Bomb going to go down. All three coming from this position. Do they expect it is the thing I'm wondering. Hot flash round. Might give a freebie of a fight as Kitty Cat delivers.
Yeah, information too. You can see Moraltis clears, doesn't see anybody. So going to double up with her teammate. Well-timed Molotov is going to keep these CTs at bay. They have a smoke for the diffuse if they want to get out there. Oh, that flash doesn't quite make it out, but fighting forward, they've got the space. Moraltis sitting back, Kitty Cat tucked into Glyph. She's the one that goes undetected, able to swing for hers, looking for the follow-up, and she gets them both. A quad kill in the round, and Belgium able to thread the needle, a 2 versus 5.
It has to be said, though, these rounds getting more closer than they should be. Time and time again, Belgium are required in a post-barn clutch to make it work, rather than just winning them outright. They're not kind of walking over Iceland maybe the same way that Romania did, where it was very clean Counter-Strike. They were making very few issues and the rest. This is, yeah, I mean, at least where I look at this and say that this is pretty still on a bit of an edge, I think is probably the way I'll put it. For Iceland, a couple more fights go the other way, and they actually could have had potentially even like 3 rounds in this, which does change the narrative quite considerably. Quick with the Mac 10, going 1 for 1 with the rifle trade isn't bad.
Very good. And I don't think they're going to slow down. Looks like this is going to be a hit onto A. CT is going to respond in the correct way by moving towards A main, but Moraltis can pen them in, and that's the full intention, but she doesn't quite connect onto Nutella. Crouches under her crosshair. That's going to mean that the T's in this post plan are going to have to worry about so many different angles. Kelly V clears mid, though. They can eliminate one. Focus their attentions to storage, where Kitty Cat crawls closer, can't connect on the Jazzy. And Kitten's so low, it's all under Kelly V. And she has 10 HP in a 1 versus 3. There's no chance. No world, surely not. Not with Molotovs continually thrown at her. She gets stuck on the door, and it gets closed right in her face.
That's pretty sweet. That's a decent retake. The util is clean. And now, of course, we look at this and say, for Iceland, they need to chain a couple of these together, but they have the ability to retake these rounds well. The individuals are looking a little bit cleaner. I mean, Nutella in a bit of a slow game in towards when we saw her against Romania. You know, that kind of was the case for Iceland as a whole, but we're seeing a few more opportunities where, you know, she's looking great. Lilia Thor as well, same. Couple of shots, which are very, very nice. A second round for them. They can make it a third here. Put a lot more pressure on towards Belgium. It's still a fairly decent T side, but Belgium need to get, at the bare minimum, a lead heading in towards our second half for them to be comfortable. I think if you go 6-all on T side Anubis, it can actually be potentially problematic.
Lot slower this round. Iceland are really giving fights. It's a very passive CT side as well. So Belgium are forced to make the first move in most instances. Middle is where the bulk approach. See Iceland make similar maneuvers. Moving forward into A main preemptively. In fact, well, maybe they were considering a canals crunch with that positioning, but they're just going to take that control. Kelly V on the angle gets one, traded immediately. Belgium are going to use that opportunity to make moves into the site. They've got good control towards storage as well, at least for a moment. They've kept active in middle, so this post plant looks a lot stronger.
Okay. Knefka. Double stacked in Fryer. Heaven, the swing is great. Knefka will find that first. Once gets caught, they line up as Enzi gets a double. The third is there for the taking, and she will grab it with both hands. Lilia thought catches Kitty Cat, but I don't think it's going to make a difference. 47 points of HP. They're double stacked on top of each other too. The flash isn't bad, but the bomb, in all fairness, isn't planted for them. Doesn't make a difference. Enzi sees it off. What a round coming out from her. 4 kills to a name. Belgium respond well in kind of deny Iceland at all getting consecutive rounds.
Yeah, if she got the smoke on the bomb, I think that was maybe a while where she could have potentially got the defuse, but with 2 players that could have quickly come and spammed, I don't think it would have been possible. You see Enzi was already getting on the line ready for that eventuality. Comes close. Especially with middle being your kind of bit of control, like that's not a comfortable position in the post plan. It's such an easy area to lock off. So you can see how that could have unraveled. This time Belgium's gonna hit 8. Just straight in.
I hate it. That nade. Oh, it's pretty chunky, and it does decent damage. And a quick trade. Maybe still space.
Yeah, tell us she's gonna fall off. Let him have it. Playing the retake. They do have Kit. Chu has the full belt as well, and they're pretty fast on the response. So they have all the control. Nutella gets a kill. Kitten calls into heaven. Can't get the kill either. So Knefka and Nutella put the advantage in Iceland's favor. Moraltis and Kelly V, the 2 players you want in this position, but they both get run down. Too many CTs to deal with. And the post plants continue to be the woes of Belgium.
Yeah, that's a really clean retake too. Only the 1 casualty. Not bad. The nade to start things off was super chunky. And then Iceland just don't rush. And that's, I like the way in which they approached it. The discipline was very solid. They played off each other quite nicely once they get in towards the site itself. And they just give very few options for Belgium to isolate fights. Okay. So, 3rd isn't terrible. Up towards a 5th. Hey, maybe something's on there. Are they going to get there, though? I'm not 100% sure. They're still yet to get a back-to-back round, a consecutive one put on the board. This one is a harder buy for Belgium. A Deagle, a Tech 9. Lose this, and they might not have any money for that final round of the half.
Further bad news for Belgium is Spain steamrolling Germany right now, 8-0. An inferno of all maps.
Bit of a shaker potentially, right?
Sure on that tiebreaker, so we'll see.
I think, off the top of my head, round difference came first.
Well, Belgium beat Spain, right? So actually, they want Spain to win? Yeah. Anyway, it doesn't matter. Fighting into the site. Moraltis gets hers. But again, CT is responding very fast. You as well, hitting her headshot, or body shot, sorry. Kelly V has the clutch. Has killed the Deagle. And full recovered, but it should be ready for Knefka to be present in spawn. That interesting investment in that round didn't really work out.
Yeah, I mean, they walk away with nothing from it and not a hell of a lot to bring in towards this next. A really solid haul. It's a decent response here from Iceland. You know, things started pretty bad. It looked like Belgium were in complete control for the early part of this game where everything was slotting itself in towards place where they were just going to make this one a pretty simple game, similar to kind of what Romania did against Iceland. It's changed now, though. It's a 3-round buffer, but should realistically be a 7-5 half. I mean, the buy really is so feeble towards that Belgian side. Knefka, don't have a fight here. You should be fine.
Nice angle. Moraltis jiggles the line there and able to get that kill. And Kitty Cat gets one as well. Dazzy Cakes looks to try and punish. You're not expecting another player in this position, so she gets hers. She's about to get split on as well. Moraltis and Kelly V, again, this duo required. And I think Moraltis might have just threaded around past her. And now it's all onto Moraltis, a 1 versus 3. Oh, timing is insane. What?
No.
No way. How does... She looks back anyway. That's ridiculous.
Open sight. Go palm.
All right, but such low HP. This would be a pretty phenomenal clutch for Moraltis. Onto planted. She has a smoke and molly. So if she throws that smoke at camera, oh, it's to main. She just got a crosshair in the right position, but 2 players, the spacing doesn't matter. Nutella walks around the corner. It was always going to be a difficult one, and it was made difficult when she was brought low. If she had the full HP, you could see how it could happen.
Yeah. Tried to get proactive and hope for an isolated fight, but again, pretty well played from Iceland. Sit together. That ring around the roses, that cat and mouse game very nearly could have actually netted a kill without damage, but it isn't to be. 7-5. There was the potential of this being a close game, but not the case right now. This is good. We have at least something on the cards here where, well, from what we've seen from Iceland, there's a competitive streak about them. And on the T side as well is maybe where I could see them doing a little bit more work too. Kind of looser style, maybe not a strat heavy, reliant on the individuals, but some of the individuals are looking pretty decent. Knefka up to 12 now, Nutella to 10. I'm seeing worlds in which Iceland can pull off a bit of an upset in this one. That's not a bad start.
A good shot. She falls back, and that should bait in Enzi. The Glocks run her down, and with such little HP on Kelly V, yeah, what can she do? It's Moraltis, and it's only her on the side. So many players trying to just deal with her, and she still lives, still gets the kill, and another kitten as well. How does Moraltis stay alive there? That is an insane hold and a massive 3K from her.
Oh, they walked away with that round. I honestly thought from the jump it was probably going to be done. The early fight comes through, and I thought maybe Iceland were just going to overwhelm the site itself, but that is so well played. The first kill is crisp, dropping out from mid in towards water. It's not an easy shot to hit, but plucked down a mid-air, duck hunting style. And Belgium, they really did need that, in all fairness. They were losing a little bit of control where at least you could see the pathways for Iceland to close this game up, to start to make it competitive on the T side. And thankfully, it wasn't to be. Eve, you are on the side of Belgium.
I can't believe Moraltis lives for that long. That's ridiculous. It's like an extra second is enough to allow the Dilberetta player to arrive. But at least the bomb plan actually gives Iceland a very good buy into this round. So if they win it, Belgium will be in a very bad position. So this round might be the most important on this CT side.
All right. Creep walking through. Fire main. Smoke will meet them there. They got so much time. There's no rush for Iceland. The big thing is just don't give any information away or a life. And in this case, Knefka gets caught. NT's gone super aggro, wrapped all the way around. They now know 100% that they're here.
Yeah, so I think Iceland acknowledged this and they realized we have to make moves elsewhere. We've lost the element of surprise. So they're going to go back to B. Kitty Cat drops the preemptive incendiary. That will slow them down enough to allow Kelly V to arrive. And in fact, all of the CTs have come to B. They've come to play. And it's not a fun game for Iceland. They're getting run down. 1 kill on their way out. That's a good hold from Belgium.
It is. It is. And I think for Belgium, this is now putting them in a really strong spot overall in this game. There's been moments where it felt like they're maybe losing a little bit of control, or moments where there was question marks about what potentially things were going to look like. But I think now what we have to look at this and say, you know, it's a 9-5 scoreline. The money once again is broken up towards Iceland, so we're maybe not expecting fireworks. Belgium should get double digits. They're so close to the finish line, Belgium, that I think a lot of the worry is off their shoulders. And you were kind of touching on this coming in towards this game where if Belgium are going to see this one off, a lot of this comes down to what's happening in the other game, whether they're going to qualify in that sense, and maybe how things shake up for the rest of this group.
Spain 9-2 right now.
Wow.
So, looking good for Belgium, I believe. Oh, kitty cat. It's all good. It's all good. That was a little funky. Tahichi, how does that not kill Nutella? Lucky to be alive. Won't be so lucky in a moment, surely. Surely, any second now, something will hit her. There it is. That was a scary position to be in if you're Nutella.
It was.
Scarier than if you're on my plate in front of me.
Yeah, or if you've got cavities. I don't know.
We love Nutella.
Nutella's pretty good. It is pretty good. I haven't had Nutella in years, in all fairness. Like I said.
No, actually, it's not good. It's palm oil. They're killing all the orangutans.
You might have to educate me on that one. I don't know what palm oil is, but
okay,
Biscoff I can get behind.
Okay, yeah. Biscoff's good. Better.
Biscoff is good,
least.
yeah. Lotus Biscuits go dummy hard. 10-5. It is Belgium getting ever close now to the finish line. 5 rounds for Iceland's maybe not enough to work in their favor. That's a great flash and a double opener. Not the start that Iceland would have wanted. Belgium, that's a beaut. Find the opening kill. Nobody falls. A lot of damage taken, but they just fall away.
Yes, so we're expecting Belgium to really sort of step away from Iceland because the T half is always going to play out a certain way. But I think on the CT side, this is where teams can really differentiate themselves and where if you've got some set plays that can come forth, like that sort of aggression outside of a main, like I think there was even maybe a peak from Dark at the same time, right? So you're kind of taking all of that control at once. That's the sort of stuff that Belgium can pull out and put Iceland on the back foot, especially when you've already got such a strong lead. Moralta should make sure this doesn't get any more costly. Baiting for Kitten. Okay, well, not quite. Well, it's a good bait, I suppose. It works. It's a little costly, but hey, you keep 3 alive and you find yourself on 11.
Yeah, and a similar thing where for Iceland, actually, they could technically force if they wanted to. I wouldn't personally. I'd actually just buy what is potentially going to be the final, playing 4 overtime. I feel like you have a much better chance of chaining momentum together if you're on full rifles than if you force buy-in. Even if it's expensive, you win all the rest. That kind of vibe. So we do get a bit of a half buy. Mac 10, a few Tech 9s to round it out, and half armor mostly across the board. Staying in, around, and above that 2K mark. 11-5, probably should be a 12 there. Bomb plot will be lovely for Iceland. So would like a little bit of a quicker play. That's not a bad start. Nutella on these pistols. She is clean as hell with them.
Yeah, that's pretty good. And Jazzy Cake gets one as well. Enzi gets aggro. Kitty cat. In fact, everyone rotates, but I like this from Iceland. They don't overcommit off those kills. They're going to make Belgium sweat. They're going to stack A. And, B, and that's actually going to be fine because Iceland, despite pausing, are going to return straight here. A smoke to eliminate Dark. They can focus their attentions, but she just runs straight through. Kitten in the back lines with the AWP, the only player alive, and not for long, surely, run down. That one got a little scary, but Iceland, again, around with pistols, get it done.
Yeah, never count them out. The Tech 9s are scary in the majority of hands, but Iceland in particular, they just seem to be a different beast. They approach these rounds so confidently when they're on these sort of buys, and they continue to make it work. It's a quicker tempo, and it seems to continuously find some success. And it does make me think as well, what would Iceland be like if they played a lot of their gun rounds at this sort of quick tempo? They play the gun rounds considerably slower, where they give time for Belgium to set up. They give them time to take fights and isolate and all the rest. If they maybe just played some relentless aggression on a T-side round, would that actually catch Belgium off guard? Maybe, because it seems to be the case on the pistols.
This line of T's. That aggression that came out earlier as Iceland really worried.
So quiet. minute 10, and nobody's moving over towards Iceland. And it is making Belgium want to poke and prod for a bit of information. And
well,
in doing so, they're going to kill.
Knefka tries to get one back. Smoke deployed. We'll block her way through. There is room in middle that the T's could potentially try and utilize. Being very loud in this runway from the canals, so surely that's going to give you the hint that A is where they're headed, and Knefka gets caught. Time through the smoke by Moraltis. You're entering into this site with 2 players lying in wait. Need clean entries, and you got to get past Moraltis, the doorkeeper. She's looking for some more kittens there, trying to help out. Moraltis, a lot of damage done. She's the only one remaining, and maybe she's the only one they need. Moraltis with the USB closes it out, a quad kill.
Beautiful. That is a lovely little fight at the end, and that might be the straw that breaks the camel's back as well. Now up to 12, and Iceland just off the back of success. They call for a slower round, and it doesn't work. I mean, it's as simple as that. I actually would, for this potential last hurrah for Iceland, even though they've got an AWP out for Knefka, play it a little bit quicker. I think speed is something that can be a massive asset to them, and it's just not something they're utilizing, or not utilizing enough. It's been unfortunate. It has to be said. 12-6. And potentially nothing really left. Knefka nearly gets a shot, and will take it, but misses.
Yeah, with that AWP revealed, Kitten feels like she can get aggro, and she does get a kill. Kelly V gets one as well. That was on to that AWP, actually, getting aggressive. Does Moraltis really need to flirt with death here? You've got a player advantage. You know, the sole defender on this side, don't need to over-egg it. Victory, only 3 frags away.
We're now 3 alive. And again, they pumped the brakes, Iceland. They're hoping for over fight. It's just not something that Belgium have done at all on the CT side. They're waiting to see whether Belgium are going to overextend, but for the most part, they really don't. Not in the mid to late round. I think they know that Iceland are playing this slow style of play. Moraltis has got some util. A smoke down around the 30-second mark towards main could kill Iceland here. And there it is. Smoke comes down. That is going to hurt so much. They have to decide to either shift walk through it, which would just be a crazy call to make, generally speaking, pot flash through it, which gives away the position, or just simply run. Either way,
they're waiting.
Moraltis should be fine. They're not going to have time.
Oh, Moraltis is going to get ahead of this flash. Oh, just going to get ahead of it, but can't get past them. Too many bodies. So they run through. Incendiary, gonna be a pain.
Ooh.
Jazzy, that's a necessary kill. That means they can plant. That's insane. They've been able to burst through with barely any time on the clock. But it might not matter. It's all in the Jazzy cakes, and she has no health. Her position known as she throws that smoke. 4 gets the first kill, but Kelly V's there. And it will be Belgium taking the victory over Iceland.
Little sigh of relief, it has to be said, with that one. I thought for a second that maybe they might get a post-plant pulled off, but it's not to be. Belgium, a much-needed victory to keep their hopes alive. The potential of qualifying towards the playoffs. I'm not sure if you have any updates about that one. How's the other game going? Are Belgium making it?
It's 11-4 to Spain right now. So my understanding is that if Spain win it, because Belgium beat Spain very convincingly earlier, that means that Belgium go through. So we're all going to be waiting on that game to conclude to know for sure exactly. But it looks good for Belgium right now, is what I will say.
That's good. Considering it didn't start well in towards day one, they've come in towards day 2 and they've really made it kind of stick with them. That one, there was a couple of moments where it was shaky. I think especially against Pistols was where Iceland did a lot of their best work. I just think for me, for Iceland, you can see that they have the individuals here there who can take fights, win out aim duels, this, that, and the other. And they have some ideas in the pocket. I honestly just think they were just too slow. There was so many times when they're on gun rounds where a little bit of a pace or a little bit of a tempo change would have given them success, and they just don't. They're constantly playing, first 40 seconds, they don't really do anything, which is not the worst thing in the world, but I think you've got to have a bit of variation, because Belgium, they just knew what was going to happen basically every single round. That, right, first 40 seconds or so, we'll drop maybe a smoke out towards A and B main, and we'll just wait. We don't need to do anything else. We don't really need to fight. And then we know that the second hits the 40-second mark, they're making a move somewhere. Let's keep a smoke or a Molotov on hand just in case.
Yeah, I think the big difficulty for Iceland is that it's such a small nation in terms of Counter-Strike population that, you know, you're always going to be the underdog because you don't bring into the equation the experience. You know, we look at this team, and that was definitely the conversation, because Belgium is stacked with experience. You know, we talk about them being, on average, the oldest roster here. And yeah, the players that fill out this team have played Counter-Strike, you know, competitive for decades, some of them. So, you know, even though Moraltis is a new caller, so to speak, I think just the sheer talent that's on this team is always going to give them that advantage. And Iceland, I will say one thing, it's a massive improvement from last year with some similar players returning. The results, even though they haven't picked up the dub, the actual games, the Counter-Strike we're seeing, it looks so much better. So massive improvements, but a very difficult group. And sadly for them means they won't be going through to playoffs.
Yes. Yeah, you hate to see it, but it was cool. I think this is something that Anders was saying to me, which I think is obviously you just touched on. Every year we see maybe how teams change in these qualifiers, and in particular how they get better. And I think this is the beautiful thing about tournaments like IESF, tournaments from smaller regions that really just don't have maybe the biggest appetite for Counter-Strike, or just even simply the biggest population generally, is you get to see year on year, qualifier on qualifier, how they improve, how they get better, and how they potentially compete. And who knows, if Iceland were more competitive this year, who knows what they'll be like next year.
Absolutely. Spain's on 12 now, 12-4. So we're rounds away from seeing if Belgium will go through. So make sure you keep an eye on that, guys. But that's all of the Counter-Strike done now for the stream. We've covered all of our games. Almost those groups locked in. We have most of the teams already decided, with France, Czech Republic, Slovakia, Sweden, Portugal, Denmark, Poland, and I believe Serbia and Belarus both also probably locked in, but we're still deciding the final teams. So in the next couple of minutes, next hour, every team will be decided, and we'll be back next week for the playoffs to see who goes to LAN. Thank you so much for joining us, and we'll catch you then.